Under-15 Intercounty 50 Overs Tournament 2023. This is the opening round. Welcome to Malteenoes Cricket Ground for the battle between Essequibo and Berbice. Great conditions for cricket. The sun is streaming down in all its glory. The outfield looks good, and the pitch, there's lots of grass on it, live grass, and that's the reason why Berbice won the toss, and without any hesitation, young Adrian Hetmeyer, their skipper, deciding that he's going to take for a strike. So the script has been written. Scene number one at the Malteenoes ground. Today too, we are having the Select 11 coming up against Demerara. They're playing at the Queen's College ground as the two openers. They're making their way out in the middle. Adrian Hetmeyer, like I said, is the captain of Berbice. And we're going to give you those two teams in just a moment. And with me in the commentary box, John Ramsing, executive producer of FL Sports. Hello to you, John. Good morning.
Good morning, Legit. Hello, everyone. Lovely conditions, like you said, in the city today. We're ready for another big tournament, the first of its year for the Ghana Cricket Board. And they usually start with the Under-15 tournament, and we're lucky to have good sunshine in our favor. Two matches in close proximity, but we're actually streaming this one at the Ferdinand Oval, the historic Malteenoes Sports Club. And just over your shoulder, Legit, a little later, perhaps we look at those boards that tell a picture behind us. But in front of us, Essequibo taking on Berbice. Both teams traveling this morning and getting to the venue pretty early. So looking to start well in this year's tournament. The defending champions up against the host Demerara at the Queen's College ground. Not too far from where we are. But this match in front of us presents an opportunity for young players to really start their career off in a good, positive way.
So it's going to be C-Not and Matthew Pereira, the two openers, out in the middle. And we're about to witness the force ball that is going to be sent down here by the Essequibian. Wearing a little bit of dreadlocks there. That's Crossman, Dennis Crossman. Right, he's going to open the bowling. No doubt in the mold of Isaiah Turn with those dreadlocks. So, what can we expect here today, John?
This pitch looks like a very good pitch. Small outfield as well. Just about 50 meters, the boundaries, even boundaries. Just towards the edge of the boundaries, a little bit spongy. So it can be high scoring. The pitch is good as well. So it may offer a little bit of assistance early within your ball.
So it's going to be Matthew Pereira, the left-hander. And he's going to take the first delivery from Dennis Crossman. Much is anticipated between these two teams. The Select 11, they're actually the defending champions in the Intercounty Under-15. Wow, a little bit of away swing there and takes it further, starting off with a wide. But very earlier on, we've seen a little bit of a pace and some swing.
And that's what I said. The conditions here will help this new ball to move just a little bit. It's an open field. The Georgetown seawall is not far from where we are. And there's a gentle breeze this morning moving from just left of screen to right. So it will move from the left-hander's middle stump towards this off stump. So we'll see a little bit of that once the bowler gets it right.
And that's always a good feeling, to feel the leather on the bat. Second delivery. Look, very compact, the left-hander. Plays it away into the onside field. Coming to Malteenoes here, John, we see those grasses roll nicely. They're green, suggests they're live grass there as well. And with some wind coming in from the Atlantic Ocean, which is not far away. I think this is going to be a good batting pitch. Some shout there. Popped a little bit in the air, but could not reach the fielder. And with the fielding restriction for the Under-15 team, going with the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars regulation, you can't field within the 15 yards. So there are two restrictions, the 30 yards and the 15 yards as well. Now that was a good delivery, better lined, and once again a little away movement, and we have seen some good lift too.
Once the bowler can land in good areas in the Jeet, he will get his ball to bounce and move a little bit. That pitch is made for that. Live grass is here. It's fresh. I was here yesterday with the preparation, and the heavy roller was being used as well, so it's hard. Really a nice under 15 wicket.
Certainly it is. Nice lift again. So Berbice won the toss, and they are having a bat force here at Malteenoes. Berbice team, Adrian Hetmai, he's the skipper. Arif Khan, Chamesh Sinot, Machu Pereira, Lekram Singh, Ravin Budwa, Sohil Mohammed. There's also Fiaz Baksh, Gibran Yakub, Kumal Chan, Ramnares. Now that's a badly lined delivery, full to another wide. And bringing up the 11 for you is Jehedin Rohilair. And for the Essequibo, Elsha Ramdat, Jatanel Nurse, Makaya Holmes, Omaran Smith, Bomesh Lal, Aaron Benjamin, Timothy, in fact, Shazim Mohammed, Darius Pearson, Justin Dowlin, Dennis Crossman, and Francis Gurahu. So we have brought you updated. That's a good delivery, closer to the line of the off stump, and picked off the pitch a little, had the left-handed Pereira in some concern.
Lovely delivery indeed. Good use of the pitch, just banging it in and getting the ball to bounce. It is a new ball, and he will get that type of bounce for an under 15 player. He is a bit tall, so once he bends his back, he will get that. And you can see the batsman was surprised, had to jump and defend.
The final delivery coming up in the first over. Nicely lined again and moving away into the offside field. The first over has been completed. Berbice winning the toss and batting there 2 without loss.
A little bit of nerves you can see from both sides in the Jeet. The bowler there just bowled a little too wide of the off stump. And then we saw the batter just getting into his own extra bounce and so on. So nervous start as you can expect. It's a big tournament, and these players really want to start well. So once you have nerves, it is a good sign as well.
Yes, I do agree with you. This is under 15. They're actually the babies of the game. We have seen under 13 being played in Guyana now, between Trinidad and Tobago and Guyana as well. They've taken to the regional 11, and now I think it's going to spread across the Caribbean. So we are talking about the under 13 level. This is second phase in the development of our players. There must be some nerves there. So I totally agree with you. So Makaya Holmes will pick the bowling up from the southern end of the ground. 2 runs have been scored, and both of them by Sundry's 2 wides outside the line of the off stump. Makaya Holmes.
Look at the name in the Jeet, and I'll tell you a little bit about names at this level after the opening delivery. But it's a trend that we're seeing around the world. Let's see what Makaya will serve up. Not as tall as the opening bowler from the other end, but can be deceptive with height with a new ball in your hand.
Yes, let's see what Makaya gives though. Good delivery, good start here, John. Right on target. Sound defensive shot too. Tell me about those names.
Yes, if you look around world cricket these days, you're seeing names being recycled. It means that players that played a long time ago, persons realize that those are their heroes and name their children after those players. So now we're seeing young Makaya perhaps being named after the former South African speedster Makaya Ntini.
John, that was a star. He was absolutely beauty to look at in international cricket. Makaya had a walk back to the top of his mark that no other fast bowler in the history of the game had. Great energy, and then he will turn and come in.
No, that was not a walk back to his crease. He used to run back to the top of his mark in the Jeet. And there's a story about him as well, and I'll tell you back about that as well. Let's see this Makaya. Nice. Nice, good stuff. Just getting into his work. Line and length is good. Makai Rantini entered into a race when the national sprinters for South Africa were preparing for a major meet, whether it's Olympics, whether it's something within their own country. And he outran their national sprinter and then give them the prize.
That's interesting. He was such an athlete. Amazing.
Nice away movement. Nothing from the bowler. I think he's now realizing that the batter is not comfortable, but trying to continue along that nagging line and length. Look at that, just outside the off stump. A little bit of away movement as well. Makaya says he's from Maruka, in the sub-region number 1.
Yeah, that's very interesting indeed, because the geography of Essequibo, a huge one, and to have somebody from Maruka coming out, making their under-15 team, and so far has looked good. The last delivery bowl, John, you see the seriousness in his face. This one, there was a smile.
Yeah, because I get the impression he was actually bowling a slower delivery as well. So it did not come out the way he wanted it, but it was effective in the sense that it was not bowled, was not conceded in terms of runs. Managed a dot ball.
And this time, just missing his run. Nothing wrong with that whatsoever. Yes, and we were talking about those names, Makaya here.
Yeah. Shahid.
Yes.
Like Shahid Afridi. You'll hear a little bit about Shahid a bit later on as well. And so many other names we will bring up. Big appeal. Given. Makaya strikes in his opening over. Essequibo getting the early wicket. The prize wicket as well of Machu Pereira. Berbice under-15. 3 for 1 in over number 2.
And you look at this, just set him up for this straighter delivery, right on target, moving inside the line, missed it, cannon into the stump, and the umpire had no hesitation, Randy Latif, in giving his man out. Look at it again. That's beautifully bowled. A little bit of an in-swing back, but it was spit straight, and that is what matters.
From the start of the over, he was actually bowling at that middle and off stump line and continued to bowl there, except for that slow one where he tried something. And I think the umpire got it right, because umpire took some time as well, realized that in his opinion it was going to go on to hit the stump and give Makaya the early blow. It's interesting to see how Makaya will bowl, because picking up the early wicket, running into the wind, getting some movement. This is just his first over. Love to see him come back maybe with a second spell, maybe a bit later on from the top end.
And this guy that walks out into the middle there with 122 on his short, that's young Adrian Hetmaya. We have heard a lot about him, so much so that he was called to trials for the Guyana Harpy Eagles. So lots on the shoulders of this young skipper. Adrian Hetmaya scored quite a few centuries and double centuries in Berbice cricket. Good to see him out in the middle. But he's coming out at a time when it's very early, and Makaya is on a very good roll. Over number 3 is about to be started.
With all of his reputation, the captain of Berbice needs to come and play a captain's knock here, but also be good for him as well. Not only the cameras are on him, but lots of eyes around him, around there on him as well. Uppish, but in the gap. So we get a single. Lots of runs from this young Adrian Hetmaya. His father played for Guyana very early, did not go on. His uncle, who's Shimran, played as well, went on to play for the West Indies, and now this one, they said the third time is the charm. Will this be the case in the Jeet?
I don't know. We have to keep our eyes open on this one here, but the youngster looks real good indeed. And I just wish that Shimran can come out of this rut that he's in. He's such a wonderful player, Shimran Hetmaya. No doubt something has rubbed off on this youngster out in the middle.
Beautiful technique, good bowling, good batting as well. Just checked the shot in the Jeet and he immediately took off for a run. I saw him in the last year's tournament in Berbice. And just like any other teenager, very playful. He looks a much better player this time, looked more compact. And I think the responsibility of captaincy will do him very well.
Has a little walk like the Hetmaya indeed, especially his father, Sion, and his uncle. This is nicely stroked down towards mid-on. Can't get past the fielder.
So some of the names I was talking about in the G, look down the Berbice list. Sohail is there. Remember Sohail Tanvir and all the other Sohails around the world. Of course, Matthew.
I see a Mackenzie there as well. Remember I think it was a South African cricketer. Guyana, we had Nolan Mackenzie too.
Big appeal for a call down the leg side. Not out, says the umpire. It's all happening in the opening burst of this game.
Look, John, Essequibo is fired up here. I mean, lots of these young players that are playing out in the middle, representing their county, are guys who went through the academy that was set up by the Guyana Cricket Board. Many of them. And so far, early days yet, but we're seeing a good start in the bowling department and fielding department. Beautifully turned off the body, down through backward square, and that's going to go away for 4. That's a fine looking shot by Chamesh. Well played.
Down the leg side, that's not where you want to be. You want to be a bit straighter on the off stump, maybe just moving away slightly. This time he was on the line of the middle stump, coming back into the right-hander, who got into position very early. And this outfield is fast, just on the boundary edges, a bit spongy. But other than that, once you get past the 30 yard, it will run away. Nice shot.
Yes, and the final delivery coming up in over number 3. So we have seen some good bowling, and we're just seeing a fine shot. Look at that flowing offside drive. Didn't pierce the outfield. 3 overs gone. It's 9 for the loss of 1.
Berbice won the toss, decided to bat first. They've lost 1 wicket. Captain Adrian Hetmaya is there looking to get a start, looking to get among the runs. Lots of runs been flowing off of his bat recently in the JIT. And his coach, who's now manager of this Under-15 side, ironically, saying that that's just the beginning. Big expectations from young Hetmaya.
Yes, and let's say he has taken his guard, and he's a good stroke player. He'll be looking for a good knock here. Look at that, very stylishly, and then walks away. It's not going to be bothered at all. This is good bowling, right on target, short of a good length by Makaya. It's whole 50 overs, and it's going to be so nice to see these youngsters bat out the entire innings. Just straying a little bit, but nicely played too by Hetmaya. Getting deep inside the line and batting deep in the crease. Just a little bit of a turn there. Didn't get anything onto it. Good take by the keeper. Well, that's on the full toss. I think that he just missed out here. Was a slow delivery by Makaya, and Hetmaya didn't make the connection. I think he was outdone by the slowness of the delivery.
Well, it's good to see that bowlers are thinking in the JIT, just trying whatever they can to get a wicket and to keep this young batsman quiet.
Just missing his run. This is the second time I think it has happened to him. Just maybe trying a little bit too hard. Get back to the top of your mark. Take your guard. Look where you're starting from. We've seen this is a good technique here. Short of a good length, just getting back and across and defending nicely. Everything in behind of that one. And it's important that you spend a little while. You're a shot maker, but you want to build an innings here. Not every ball you're going to get to the boundary. Just try to pick up the bounce of the pitch. You liked how he moved into that one and just driving away down towards short extra cover.
But I'm liking what Mackay is doing. He's keeping it simple, allowing the batter to play almost every delivery, not straying in his line, keeping it tight so far.
And he continues to do what John Ramsing has said. Put it there. And discipline is so important. You know, he's not trying too many things. He knows exactly where he wants to bowl. Has been doing a fine job so far. Final delivery in over number 4. And here is a drive. It has gone through the extra cover region out towards the boundary. Will it get there ahead of the fielder? A dive and pulls it back. That's brilliant cricket. And send a reasonable good return to good attacking fielding to bring over number 4 to an end. It's 12 for the loss of 1.
Lovely work from Darius Pearson, the 13-year-old from Richmond on the Essequibo coast, diving just before the ball got to the boundary, saved a certain boundary. Really good commitment from the 13-year-old. Look at that, Inderjeet. I remember, Inderjeet, when you were 13, diving around as well.
John, we used to dive, we used to plunge, we used to do every single thing at that age. That's the age of youthful exuberance. Beautiful years in your life. And sometimes we wish if they could just come again.
The boyhood days, remember that song from Dave Martin?
Did you feel like the back of your head drop out?
A little bit, yeah. How's the night Inderjeet?
Oh my goodness. I will never, ever, whatever rest of life I have to live on planet Earth, forget that one. And that name, Shamar Joseph, has itched into the history books, and not only that, into the minds of people, millions across the world.
Start of over number 5, a single, half stopped by the field extra cover. That's all happening here. Shamar, like you said, in the minds, but also in the hearts, won many hearts. I was thinking to myself, without Shamar Joseph in the attack because of that injury to his toe, I was not going to sacrifice sleep because I wanted to stay focused today. So I said Shamar was not going to take part in the bowling attack. Australia, that position they were in, they wrap it up just over the first session. So when I woke up this morning, I was surprised.
Yes, John, tremendous victory for the West Indies. Congratulations to them. And I hope, this will motivate our younger players that once you have self-belief, I think that's the thing with Shamar. He's disciplined. He's physically fit. There's no doubt about that. And his great self-belief that we can win this. And he went out and, the West Indies won it. And I had to put it up on my Facebook post. And I captioned it. They arrived as lamb to the slaughter and returned home as lions. Great performance. I watch his bowling. Those balls that took wickets. When a fast bowler can get it 142, 143 clips, hitting the top of the off stump, it's absolutely splendid.
Big appeal. Umpire says that's missing everything. But another delivery outside the off stump, forcing Chamesh to play at it. He missed it. He played over it.
Yes, and Dennis Crossman here has just picked up a spot on the pitch that he's trying to hit on most occasion and presenting some worries here for young Adrian Hetmeyer. He has gotten 3 from 10. A little bit of a struggle, no alarm whatsoever. Just setting himself in a position to score. And that was another good delivery. And John, that's the corridor where you can get men edging towards the slip cordon. Well bowled, well played.
Nice testing stuff. So when Shamar was born, in fact before he was even born, 27 years ago, was the last time West Indies won a game in Australia. And I'm sure in the next generation, many persons will be named Shamar.
It's definitely going to happen. 13 for 1, 5 overs gone. And just to recap, Berbice won the toss this morning and immediately decided they're going to have a bat for. So far, the pitch has played real well. They have lost 1 wicket. They are 13 for the loss of 1. Their skipper is out in the middle. It's looked good, has had a few anxious moments. Chamay is with him as well. Chamesh, he looks good so far. We saw one lovely looking shot for a boundary. And these two looking to build a partnership. John Ramsingh has left and Avinash Ramzan has joined me in the commentary box. Hello to you, Avin.
Morning, Inajit. Morning to everyone tuned in to this Under-15 match here. Of course, Essequibo against Berbice here at the Malteenoes Sports Club ground.
Good looking drive, but once again, not being able to pierce the offside field. And we're watching a cover. There is a wide mid-off and an extra cover as well. So the offside field, if he can get it between that extra cover and the cover, it's going to run pretty close towards the boundary. That's the gap he's looking for. Makaya down the leg side and a big swing and a miss here by Chamesh, not making contact.
Maybe getting a bit impatient. Good bowling so far from Essequibo. They have managed to keep things tight and especially keeping Adrian Hetmeyer quiet. That is important at this stage of the game. And once they can be able to build pressure, wickets would come.
Yes, and Avin, you saw Adrian Hetmeyer last year in the Intercounty Under-15 tournament. And just missing his run there a little. I think he scored the most runs last year.
Yes, he got 83 runs in that tournament, which was won by the Select 11. Good prospect. I'm sure he would love to have gotten more runs than that, and that is something we'd want to rectify in this competition. He's come into this competition with a lot of runs under his belt. Got a double hundred not so long ago. In fact, 2 double hundreds.
And that's whipped off the pads. It's going to run close towards the deep backward square boundary and got there just ahead of the fielder. So another boundary here to Chamesh. That was well played. Straying just a little down the leg side. And this is what good talent will do. Once the bad ball comes along, they will put it away.
A bit uppish, but he got the reward. Not in danger of playing that shot. There was no fielder there that would have maybe taken a catch. But at the end of the day, got the result that he wanted. And maybe breaking the shackles a bit.
Yes, and Makaya there, just missing the line of his delivery. Previously, very disciplined. And that's another slower ball. He picks the gap out through between cover and extra cover. Wide mid-off comes around, and the return will come in. Good-looking shot that brought them 2 more. That was a fine shot.
As I said, probably breaking the shackles now. Good shot from him. And once you stay there, you're going to get runs. I always say, runs are not scored in the pavilion. Once you stay out there, the runs will come. And once he starts to play freely, Hetmeyer could get into his element as well.
That's short of a good length. Coming off the pitch, but a little bit slow. But the direction of the ball was excellent indeed. Malteenoes look good, the ground out in the middle. And the pitch looks a good surface too.
Indeed, wonderful venue here. Nice atmosphere at the Malteenoes Sports Club ground here on Thomas Lands.
And this time the ball took the outer portion of the bat. Let's wait on the signal of the umpire. There were oohs and ahs there. Was a little bit on the loose side there, Adrian Hetmeyer. And that ball could have gone anywhere. there. Just a solitary slip in position. And the backward point has to be careful. Makaya is bowling at reasonable pace, and most of the time he's teasing that off stump.
Well, the icing on the cake here for Essequibo would be the wicket of Hetmeyer. But young Sinat is starting to look confident. He's playing his shots and he's looking more and more in his element.
Yes, 20 for 1, 6 overs gone. Crossman none for 9 and Holmes 1 for 11, the lone wicket taker. Yes, that was edged, and I thought the keeper could have done a little bit better, a little bit late, should have been stretching forward to the right. That ball was catchable.
And would you imagine the celebration had that catch taken and Hetmeyer was walking back here? The Essequibans would have gone crazy, you know. As you mentioned earlier in the JEET, these guys were selected from the academy set up in Essequibo. Lots of young talent coming through from that county. And of course, they want to make an impression here on the tournament. Of course, the top performers from this tournament would go on to represent Guyana in that CWI Rising Star Under-15 Championship slated for the start on March 24th in Antigua. So lots to play for here, apart from getting personal scores. You'd want to impress the selectors.
Certainly. And that's a forcing drive down towards the cover region. Can't get past the fielder there. And with this, you look at the fielding with the Cricket West Indies regulation coming in there. Two restrictive part in the field, the 30-yard circle. And then there should have been an inner ring of 15 where you cannot field because you're a youngster. If you're inside there, you must wear a helmet. That's mandatory. Loud shout for a catch at the wicket, gone! Well, Adrian Hetmeyer has gone to the pavilion, the skip of the Berbice team, and Essequibo, they are cock-a-hoop. That's a great wicket to get at this time. 20 for the loss of 2.
And he stood there for a while, not sure if he didn't get an edge to that, but he's certainly disappointed. Big moment there for Essequibo. How significant this would be in the outcome of the match, we'd have to wait and see. But this surely massive wicket here for Essequibo.
Yes, and we might very well see that on the replay. We're watching this one. Crossman. There's a drive outside the line of the off stump. The ball came back upon missing, well, upon edging to the keeper. Took a good catch going away towards his left. Whether it had the edge or not, we'll never know from this distance. But in the mind of umpire Wazir Danraj from Richmond Housing Scheme in Essequibo, the edge was found, the catch taken. Berbice reduced 20 for 2. Hetmeyer is going to be disappointed. Should have left that alone, wide outside the line of the off stump.
Well, he was flirting with danger earlier in the innings, and wonderful catch by the keeper there to move to his left and take a beautiful catch on a ball that was dying. And I see he has on his shades, so he's getting a good sight of things.
A good observation. So Arif Khan, the left-hander, makes his way out into the middle. And let's see what Arif... Lekram? Well, we're just going to ensure that... So, yes, that's correct. Lekram. And look at Crossman with that energy. Well played. Right on target. And this is good competitive stuff we're seeing out in the middle there. Essequibo will feel delighted so far, picking up 2 wickets after Berbice won the toss and they decide to take first strike.
Well, what they have to do here is keep the intensity going. Don't get carried away with picking up 2 wickets so early, including the dangerous Hetmai. They need to keep the intensity and run through this Berbice lineup as quickly as possible and for a lowest total as possible and start the competition with a victory. Because you don't want a situation where someone in the middle order or two batsmen in the middle come, put on a score, and then you're playing catch-up.
Yes, I totally agree with you. This Berbice team, though, is a very strong batting lineup. I think they have what it takes to come out of this situation. On the other hand, Essequibo will want to capitalize on this great opening outburst by their two medium fast bowlers. Driving outside the line of the off stump there, half-heartedly. Wasn't really pushing out that right foot towards the ball. He's a left-hander. And the ball just beating the edge. Crossman 1 for 9. Micaiah Holmes 1 for 11. 7 overs gone. Berbice there 20 for the loss of 2.
Good stuff from the young men in yellow. And of course, one of the stalwarts of Essequibo cricket in the pavilion watching on the action, Dinesh Joseph. Good memories of him playing senior inter-county competition. We were just reflecting earlier. Made a fantastic 100 against the likes of Rayon King and Colin Stewart way back. And he was one, you would think, missed out on selection for Guyana senior team. And possibly, had he played for Guyana, might have gone on to represent the Caribbean at the highest level.
Yes, he's a different player now, Dinesh Joseph. In his days, I watched him at the LBI cricket ground. Inter-county cricket, scored a century, about 125, 26 against Demerara. A pace attack that included Rayon King and Colin Stewart. They bounced at him. Was a joy to see him on the back foot and driving upper deliveries back past them for boundaries. He's going to get at least a single here. Nicely turned off the legs. But those days we had very competitive 4-day inter-county cricket, one of the top hundreds that I saw. Well, things happen differently. Dinesh has taken it well. He has gotten along with his life. I think he's in the road construction business now, so he's making some money.
He's taken a different road in life. Wonderful to see him still being able to give back to the cricket. You want players with the experience to be around and guide the youngsters, and that is good to see Dinesh Joseph still involved in cricket at this level.
Micaiah, this could be the 4th time, just missing the run. Nothing wrong. He realized if he has gone through with that one, might have just been a no ball. So the best thing to stop a little remark goes back to the top there now. He has bowled well, 1 for 12. This has been good bowling. And we are in the 8th over. Avinash, let me ask you this. I know the Select 11, they are playing Demerara today at the Queen's College ground. There's a young Ramzan that's in the 14-member squad. Whenever you get some news from there, let us know if that youngster is in the team and how he's doing.
Are you insinuating that I am an old Ramzan?
It's a lovely looking drive between mid-off and the extra cover. And they will take 2. Nice flowing shot from the left-hander, Lakram. Good way to open the bowling. I'm not suggesting that you're old. I can't even call you middle-aged. I should have said the younger.
But talking about young Micaiah Holmes, the fact that he is going to remark every time he's not getting that run-up right, it shows that he's in command of his game. He's not getting carried away, and that's a good thing to see from the youngster.
It's a nicely stayed away, cheeky single, fired return to the base of the stump. So good running between the wicket, good judgment by these two. And running between the wicket is very, very vital for any team, for any cricketer, any pair of cricketer, that's out in the middle there. And it's good to see that they're picking up the challenge, looking for the singles.
Yeah, with the pressure being on here by Essequibo, the boundary balls are not coming as often as they wished. It's good to see that they're rotating the strike and keeping the bowlers off a bit.
Good stylish looking drive here by Chamesh, but not getting past the bowler. All we want to see here is sensible cricket. You aren't expecting to see blazing hundreds or even blazing 50s. We want our boys, to show that they have the appetite to stay at the crease, the skills in scoring runs and getting off strike. Good fielding again. Good return too. This is a very fit, young Essequibo team that we're seeing out in the middle. Chamation 13, Hetmaya 4, Hetmaya actually made 4, Lakram 3. Crossman 1 for 9 from 4. And Makaya so far 1 for 15. He's in his 4th over.
Lots of responsibility here on Chamesh C-Not, given that his opening partner is back in the pavilion as well as Hetmaya. So lots on his shoulder. And the team plan would be for him to bat very, very deep into this innings. Ideally, Berbice would want to bat out this entire 50 over and ensure that they get a score that they could defend. So lots of responsibility on Chamesh C-Not. And of course, they have to ride through this period. And once they get through this tough period in the opening here, things could get easier towards the back end once they have wickets in hand.
Yes, and we're seeing quite a few vehicles in the distance. That will tell us that some activities going on at the Transport Sports Club ground there. Lovely atmosphere here at Malteenoes. Malteenoes, the home to quite a few under-19 players that played for Guyana at the national level and also the senior level. And one of those names that played for Malteenoes and represented them at the under-19 level, Stephen Sankar, was in 2013. He has actually been selected in the Guyana Harpy Eagles team, the leg spinner. Brings good variety, did well with the ball this season.
And good to see a leg spinner getting selected in the 4-day squad since Devendra Bishu. I always felt that we need a leg spinner in 4-day cricket, and it's good to see young Stephen Sankar getting into the groove finally. After the under-19 years, he went off the radar a bit, but it's good to see that he's taking command of his game.
Over number 9 begins. A little bit of a shout there all along the ground, and they picked up the single Lakram. He's a tall boy, and whenever he gets in that area where he drives, he looks good, the left-hander. And if we can go back at Malteenoes here, from the year 1909, that's from Ronald Hunt right down to 2009, Shemroy Barrington. There's a long list of players who represented this club at the national level.
Well, interestingly, they haven't had a national player in quite a while at the senior level. The last I see on this board here, Shemroy Barrington in 2009. And since then, they haven't had a senior player. And before him, Stephen Jacobs.
Good looking drive once again, down towards short mid-off.
But it's good to see these clubs, having their history documented. Persons could come off the road and have a look at some of these things. And that's the way of preserving history. If that wasn't on the board, we would probably have to find out from people who was the last player that did this, who was the last player to, do X, Y, Z. But it's good to see the clubs, local clubs.
Shout of catch it, and Kachi has taken. And another wicket has gone down. Chamesh. And look at the Essequibian out in the middle. That catch was taken by Shazam Mohammed. Settled under it, just had to move a little bit back towards his left. Good catch in the circumstances. 25 for the loss of 3.
And this here is the result of pressure. Wonderful fielding so far by Essequibo, and they would want to feel that they have the upper hand at this moment. 25 for 3 in the first 10 overs. Wonderful position to be in. As we look back at the shot from
that short delivery and just a little bit of turn. Didn't get it in the meat of the bat. And picked up nicely there by Mohammed. So another wicket has fallen. This is going to put added pressure here on Berbice.
Tremendous pressure, tremendous pressure. Of course, last tournament, Berbice lost to the Select 11. So they would want to rectify things in this tournament. They would want to win the competition. They've played a lot of under 15 cricket in the lead up to this competition. So the players have been having match time, but of course nothing beats competitive time in such a tournament. So these are areas that they have to rectify and rectify early. It's a very short tournament. They need to get things right and get it early.
Yes, I agree with you. And spare some thought for Dennis Crossman, the young fast bowler. 2 for 10. He's in his 5th over at the moment and seems to be very sensible. The way that he has bowled so far, he understands his cricket, and that's good to see. The new batter. Yes, and you can hear the song there. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Knowing it was a good ball, just on a short length. This is Berbice. So, Sohail Mohammed. He's a wicket keeper in the Berbice team. Another good delivery, right on target. So witnessing the cream of Essequibo on the 15 players on display here, asked to field after Berbice won the toss. And so far they're given a good account of themselves. And I was making the point with John Ramsing. You know, majority of these players, and I think it appeared in one of your articles, where most of the players from Essequibo, they attended the academy out in Essequibo there. So it simply means these guys, they have learned a lot. We're seeing totally different approach. A good delivery, right on target, good shot, 9 overs gone. It's 25 for the loss of 3.
Matthew Pereira, he went without scoring. Chamish Sinot, 13. Adrian Hetmai for 4. Lekram Singh, he's not out on 4. And Sohail Mohammed, he's just come to the crease, faced 3 deliveries yet to get off the mark. And it's good to see the academy set up in Essequibo. We have seen over the years across all levels, because of the geography of Essequibo, how the islands are situated. It's very difficult for the players to group together in a significant time before a tournament. Usually the guys are reaching for the very first time on the morning of the match as a team. So it's good to get these players together to build camaraderie, gelling of the team. So maybe this here is a result of what we have seen with the academy setup, the players getting a chance to know each other.
Yes, and that's the board you were talking about, Avinash Ramzan, here at the Malteenoes Sports Club ground. We're talking about those that went on to play for the West Indies from 1930 to 2003. Look at those names. John Trim, famous Berbician fast bowler, played for Malteenoes. Lance Gibbs, Clarence Collymore, Clayton Lambert, Barrington Brown, Collins Chort, and Indumati Gurdial, the first female, that played cricket for the West Indies, actually played for Malteenoes. Thanks to our cameraman, that's the one and only Harry. Over number 10 begins.
Well, Harry doing a good job there on camera. Do we have a Merv in the Jeep?
My son actually played for the Malteenoes cricket team at the under-15 level. And it's a little bit of a shout there. A little bit too ambitious, but this is what you call youthful exuberance. 3 wickets down. He's in his 5th over at the moment, Makaya, looking for another one. And he will feel, if he gets one now, mission has been accomplished in the first 10 overs. 1 for 15, his partner, Dennis, 2. He wants to share that compliment. He wants another one.
Good energy from the Essequibo bowlers and the fielders. They've been doing a pretty good job so far. You mentioned your son Inajit played for Malteenoes a few years back. I'm wondering if he followed in your footsteps or you went one step further than you.
He's one step forward. I never played for a club. We played village cricket way back in Maikoni, but our village team could have beaten many of the clubs that were established. We played some of them, and we did well.
And of course, you had a little bit of a gathering after the game.
Yes. That lasted very long too.
Longer than the game.
Of course it did. In the wee hours of the morning. And that's a good delivery, right on target there. Can't beat countryside atmosphere. And when you look at it, when our national cricket, when our national cricket produced so many cricketers, when the game was at its highest, village cricket was at its highest too. An important cog in the wheel for development.
His misses run up for probably the 5th time this morning. But as we mentioned, he's not going through with the run at the risk of bowling a no ball. He's going back to his mark. Good, sensible stuff from young Makaya. But what we've seen in the GT over the years, a lot of village cricket is not being played. There are so many distractions these days, technology taking over, and a lot of these players now are not maybe too keen on playing sport in general.
Yes, it comes back, whenever one talks about the decline of West Indies cricket, we cannot separate it from society. Society contributed so much. Village cricket was so strong that it had a positive spillover effect into clubs. Thus, territories were very, very strong. And I agree with you, those days must return. The final delivery in over number 10, a little bit on the short side, never really got up, looking to pull through the onside. 10 overs gone, 25 for 3. More from you, Avinash, and you'll be joined by Dr. Ronaldo Magarel.
So after 10 overs, Berbice 25 for 3, and the upper hand to Essequibo. They have a dominant first 10 overs. And of course, Berbice looking to rebuild here now. But talking about village cricket, given the exploits of young Shamar Joseph in Australia last evening, one would feel that village cricket would be revived. I'm sure that many young cricketers woke up this morning, saw the news, and are probably licking their lips of what they can achieve once they start to play the game. Of course, a year ago, nobody had Shamar Joseph to play international cricket, and here he is, the hot topic at the international level. As we welcome Dr. Ronaldo Magarel.
Hi, good morning, Avinash. It's good to be here. Lovely weather we're having. We're on 15. Having to bat first, under some pressure. Still have a lot of time in the game though. 40 overs left. These two here, Sohail Mohammed, Likram Singh, they'll want to build a partnership.
Well, a partnership is needed here. They need to rebuild and maybe bat for the next 5 to 7 overs. Get their eyes in. As you mentioned, lots of overs to go. And I'm sure they would have a target in mind. But of course, as I mentioned, within the next 7 overs or so, they need to not lose any wickets.
Yeah, on the other hand, Essequibo will be looking to take some more. This is Crossman's 6th on the trot. And the Essequibo captain trusts in his opening bowler. He's going well, 2 for 10 from his 5 overs so far. Keep looking to pick up another one, add to his tally.
And it's good to see young bowlers taking up the mantle and bowling consecutive overs on the trot. 6th overs you mentioned for young Dennis. Back and across and plays it out in the offside. No run there. But good to see this Essequibo team playing this level of cricket. As you mentioned earlier, they were part of the academy setup, so them being together for an extended period of time would have helped with team gelling and camaraderie, and it's good to see them performing so well.
Absolutely. Earlier, I know we're going to talk about this throughout today's proceedings, right? But Shamar Joseph spoke about it a lot in his interview with the commentary team. Edged away, down the third man. There's no one out there. And it runs into the boundary. That's 4 runs. A bit tricky, but 4 runs nonetheless.
Yeah, they won't mind how the runs would come here. They don't mind however it comes. They need to get runs on the board. And if it means an edge here and a streaky shot there, and once the wicket is intact, that's important here for Berbice.
And just continuing on from the interview, Shamar Joseph spoke a lot about the camaraderie and the support he had from the boys in the camp. You know, he had that injury the day before. So to come out now and perform today, getting the support from his captain and the fielders, you know, he spoke highly of it today. And it's good to see that he has appreciation for his teammates, and that just shows that this young West Indian team, they're doing well together, and hopefully they can carry on.
Driven beautifully, but no run. And West Indies were in Australia for an extended period. They played a practice game, and then they had a little camp. So they were there for an extended period of time. So that would have helped in terms of bringing them to having one mindset. I saw a comment from Craig Braffett responding to a comment from Rodney Hogg, and that really drove the West Indies players to perform the way they did. But wonderful scenes from Australia, the Gabba. Brilliant shot this time. Finds the open gap there for a single this time.
And so far, we've seen some classical drives from the Berbice batsmen. Essequibo boys getting the ball up there, allowing the ball to swing, making the Berbice batsmen play, making them drive. And, you know, a little bit of away movement has brought a downfall for a couple of these batsmen. Hetmai, of course, edging behind to the keeper. So it's good bowling from the Essequibo boys, getting in the right areas.
Big wicket of Hetmai earlier on. He made just 4. That's the end of over number 11. Berbice winning the toss and electing to bat here at Malteenoes. 30 for 3. Chamish Sinat, he made 13. Sohail Mohammed, he's not out on 5. Adrian Hetmai made 4. Dennis Crossman, 2 for 15. And Micaiah Holmes, 1 for 15. Lovely conditions, as we mentioned, for cricket. And of course, we're hoping that we'll have a full match and a competitive match. We've already seen it being competitive. I guess a lot of persons didn't expect to see Berbice 30 for 3 so early in the contest.
Yeah, absolutely. Berbice, usually a very strong powerhouse when it comes to cricket. At all levels, youth level and at the senior level, always producing a lot of cricketers and good cricketers at that. See the wind blowing those coconut palms. And with the wind, it actually takes away from the sun. You don't feel the sun as much. So it's good that we have lovely sun, but also a nice gentle breeze blowing across the ground.
But I'm sure these guys are relishing the opportunity to play for their county. Of course, this is the level before Guyana. And the top performers from this tournament would be selected to represent the country at the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-15 tournament to be held in Antigua in late March. So these players have an opportunity to go on to represent the country. So lots to play for.
Good first delivery from the new bowler, Iran Benjamin. Right up there into the Yorker length. Once again, making the Berbice batsman play, coming at front foot. Ball just zoning in. And off stump.
Well, the job now for Iran is to ensure that he continues the good work from Micaiah Holmes from that end. Micaiah Holmes was pretty good. He missed his run-up a few times, but he's been bowling pretty well. And this is not a bad start from Iran, keeping the batsman in check.
Absolutely. And I like his action. For those who are viewing, I just want us to look at his action the next time he bowls. Nice tall action, the hand coming right over. You know, he's standing tall. He's delivering from a good height, way above the umpire.
Beautiful delivery there. And I don't know if you picked it up, but number 119 is bowling to number 119. Coincidence.
Yes. And number 119 is beaten 119. Good delivery and that good length moving away into the keeper's gloves.
I'm sure Berbice would be looking for much more than 119.
Oh boy, what a beauty. Once again, pitching in that area. A bit of away movement and just scattered his stumps. The fourth one goes down.
Lovely wicket. That's a fast bowler's delight. And that is an image, I'm sure, would remain in the memory of that young man for the rest of his life. Picking up a wicket at the inter-county level. Wonderful delivery. He had the batsman in check for the start of the over and produced a beauty of a delivery to remove him. Wonderful scenes.
Excellent stuff. So Berbice now in loads of trouble. Fourth one down. 30 for 4 in the 12th over. Definitely, manager, coach, they might be a little bit worried, but they have to just tell them, keep calm, build a partnership, get a score.
So the new batsman for Berbice, number 123, Gibran Yakub. He's out to partner Lekram Singh. Berbice in trouble, 30 for the loss of 4. What wonderful stuff here from Essequibo. They've been on the ball from the start of the match, and they've maintained the pressure, backed up by the fielders. Wonderful stuff from Essequibo, and they have to continue with the momentum if they are going to close out this match and win it. Of course, they want to keep Berbice to a manageable one that they could chase.
An appeal there, but going on the leg side, a bit high as well, but not a good delivery. This time angling back into the right hander.
Lots of chatter in the outfield. They know they have Berbice in trouble, but they'd have to continue with the momentum, build pressure. And the only way they could build pressure here, bowling dot balls and forcing the batsmen to make mistakes.
I think he was trying for the Yorker there, but ill-directed. So over the waist, no ball. So we have a free hit now. Maybe this can break the shackles of Berbice.
You won't want a better opportunity as a new batsman coming in to get a free hit.
Big shot, but half stopped by the mid-off fielder. Good recovery though, just one. But he launched into that one.
The song did go off the bat. Wonderful shot, but he didn't get the type of result that he wanted. Crossman 2 for 15, Micaiah Holmes 1 for 15, and Aaron Benjamin so far 5 dot balls in that first over for him, 1 for 2. Wonderful start by Aaron Benjamin. Wonderful wicket in its first over.
Yeah, and as a bowler, I don't think you want a better start than that. You know, first 3 deliveries, angling in, and then beating the outside edge, and then on a 4th delivery, once again angling in, but just a bit of movement away, beating the outside edge of the bat, and hitting that middle stump out to the ground. So excellent start for Essequibo. So looks like Micaiah will be changing ends, coming now from the northern end. I wonder if this has to do anything with the run-up.
Or maybe the wind direction as well. The wind blowing from left the screen. But he had some issues at the other end with his run-up. I think about 4 to 5 times he had to go back to his mark after running in. So let's see if he'll get it right from this end. But he's produced a pretty good opening burst that really put Berbice under pressure.
Good start.
Good stuff from Essequibo so far. 32 for 4. Berbice winning the toss and electing to bat. When they made that decision, I'm sure they didn't envisage such a position.
Peeling off the outside edge, but there's protection out in the boundary. Not a chance there. Berbice still want to keep it on the ground. Losing 4 wickets already. Can't be too risky. Yes, you have to score runs, but can't take too many risks.
Well, they need a partnership, that's for sure. And Lekram Singh and Gibran Yakub would need to stay there and build a partnership if they're going to come out of this hole that they're in at the moment. 33 for the loss of 4. It's on the 15 competition. You don't really know what might be a good total at this level of cricket. Well,
The batsman wasn't ready there. Yeah, and any coach, any good manager would tell your boys, get a score on the board. You know, once runs are on the board, you can't defend it. Brilliant drive. Straight to the fielder.
solid shot there from the youngster. The only thing wrong with that shot is that he didn't pierce the field, and had he pierced the field, probably would have gotten 4 runs there. Good shot from the youngster. He would want to get more of that and try to pierce the gap. Once he gets runs, beats the gap, he's going to get runs for a shot.
In the air again, but this time over the man inside the circle. And it's going to get very close to the boundary. Pulled back in by number 3. And they're going to get 2 runs. Nice flick shot. It was on the line in the leg stump, and he just helped it along.
Safe in the end. Didn't go anywhere close to the fielder. So runs there for young Lekram Singh. But Mackay Holmes has been bowling pretty well. 1 for 18 so far. Switching end for this over. Had some trouble with his run-up from the other end. But he seems to be flowing nicely from this one so far.
Nice good length. Just back of that good length. It's been excellent bowling from Essequibo.
Singh has been hitting the ball well, but he has been finding the offside field with almost perfection. Once he gets past that offside field, though, he's going to get purchase.
Poor delivery on this occasion. They get 2 extra runs there. I believe it's the great Brian Lara actually says when he scans the field, he doesn't look for the fielders, he looks for the gaps, because that's where you should be aiming.
I heard that from Sir Viv Richards in an interview some time back as well. He said when he's looking around the field, he's not looking at the fielder. He's looking where the gaps are. And that is something that helped his cricket to mentally he knew where the gaps were, and that's how he played his cricket. He said a lot of batsmen make the false stuff of looking where the fielders are.
I think this was a little too close to cut, but he got away with it. Kept his eyes on it, got bottom ball. The 13 overs completed. Berbice 37 for 4. Just C not to get into double figures thus far. Berbice needs a partnership at the moment.
Yeah, and these two will have to bat deep. Gibran Yaqub just came into the crease. He's on 2, and Lekram Singh, he's been there a little while. 6 off 18. He has got his eyes in. So they need to bat deep into this innings if they're going to put up a total. But of course, wonderful stuff from Essequibo. We cannot discount the fact that they've been on the ball from the start, and it's because of good bowling backed up by the fielders that have put them in this position.
Yeah, earlier we saw the Essequibo Under-15 team. They came early, they set up, did their warm-ups, and they went through their bowling plans early. Had a game plan, a game session just before the match to discuss what they're going to do. And it's good that they're executing, hitting the right areas, hitting the right lengths and lines, and they've been successful. So Benjamin for a second.
Had a good first over. Beautiful shot, picking up the wicket of he's living dangerously. Had to taken the edge, would have been 5 down.
Yeah, this was just a tempter. I think it was a slower one. Wide outside the off stump, tempting that batsman to come forward and get a big drive. I'm sure if he got bat on that was 4 runs. But just because he missed it, a lot of oohs and ahs in the field.
As we watch Benjamin.
Of course, we're out of the power play, the first power play that is. We're into the second power play, so field now out on the boundary. Saving the boundary rather.
He missed his length there though, Aaron Benjamin. He would want to get that right. Probably the only bad delivery he has bowled so far in his short spell.
Guided down to third man, into the gap. Good work. That's Crossman out there. Just 1.
And it's good to see some fans by the scoreboard area watching on these youngsters in action. good to see people coming out and watching under-15 cricket, Ronaldo.
Absolutely. It's always good to see persons come out and support youth cricket. Once they have the support from early, that push, that drive from young, they're going to want to continue. Not a beauty just beside the off stump.
Good stuff from Benjamin so far. I think he's only bowled one bad ball. That was a full toss that was driven down for a single. But by and large, he's been spot on. And he's been rewarded with that wicket in the first over. Wonderful stuff so far from Aaron Benjamin.
Yeah, I won't be surprised if we see another beauty get a wicket in this over. So far, he's beaten the bat a lot of times. Once again, line on middle stump. He's asking questions.
The pressure is definitely on. And from here, as we see on the screen, the projected score 141. As we said, in this under-15 level, it's hard to gauge what might be a good total. But 141, I think from this position, Berbice would do well to get to 141.
Not a good over, just 2 off of it. Berbice turned 9 for 4.
So as you mentioned, the fans are out looking at the game, and more than likely there are some parents of these youngsters. There may be some of their siblings as well. 2 of the Essequibo players watching on the action from the scoreboard. So it's good to see support for this level of cricket. And that is something that is needed to really revive cricket at the grassroots level, at the village level, as Inderjeet mentioned a bit earlier. They look a bit worried. There seem to be some Berbice fans there. You mentioned Dinesh Joseph. With the Essequibo team watching on the action, there's also Andre Percival, a man who was very dominant in youth cricket in the 90s, and he's with the Berbice team. He's also actually a junior selector watching on the action. Andre Percival looks younger than me. Looks, and probably fitter than me as well. Looks as though he could put on his pad and get out in the middle. He said it's certain. Andre Percival, a stalwart of Guyana's youth cricket back in the 90s.
Changing bowler now. Oh boy, another beauty outside that off stump. Kipran Yakub just reaching out, fishing outside the off stump, and Pearson just beating that outside edge. Way too wide to be pushing at that one.
Yeah, good start by Pearson and maintaining that pressure that was created by the other 3 bowlers. Wonderful stuff from Darius Pearson. The number 23 on his back, bowling from the Thomas Road entrance. So Percival, like the other selectors, would be around at the venues looking at these youngsters in action. Of course, from here, the Guyana team would be selected to play in the Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-15 competition in Antigua. Not a good delivery there from Pearson. Beating the bat outside the off. Some second delivery in the over, he's beaten the edge.
Yeah, Yakub's footwork there is a bit questionable. He wasn't forward, he wasn't back, and in the end he just was beating all ends up. He's forward, then he went back.
Of course, the other game has been played at the QC ground between Demerara and the Select 11. Beaten again. Good stuff here by Pearson, and maybe he's probably buoyed by the fact that the junior selector is watching the action from the sidelines.
Well, absolutely. When persons are looking on, especially selectors, you want to perform, you want to show everyone that you have the ability.
So young Darius has been pretty impressive so far in his first over, yet to concede a run, beating the edge on 3 occasions, flashing again, and a stifled appeal. But he has not been able to get bat onto ball all this over so far, and that's his pressure building here from this end.
Yeah, and I believe Darius Pearson already played for Guyana on the 13 level. When Trinidad came for that bilateral tour. He played for the under-13 team up against Trinidad at the stadium, National Stadium. Played well, and now he has that experience. As number 5.
Well, he's playing at wind all the time for the 5 deliveries in this over. He hasn't touched anything. But speaking about the under-13 bilateral series, Trinidad and Tobago, they're due to return to Guyana this year. Of course, when they came here in 2022, they won, and then Guyana went in 2023 and won that tournament. So they're due for the return trip. That's it. Perfect from Darius Pearson. The end of a maiden. No deliveries touched by the batsman. The end of over number 15. Berbice 39 for the loss of 4. Matthew Pereira played not. Shamir C not 13. Adrian Hetmeyer 4. Lekram Singh is not out on 7. Sohail Mohammed, he made 5. And Gebran Yaqub 3. 39 for 4 at the end of 15. I leave you with thoughts from Dr. Ronaldo Mugarel. And he'll be joined by John Ramsing.
Yes, number 4 and number 6. In the crease there. Umpire Latif just signaling the water break. Coming up after this over, which will be bowled by Benjamin. Of course, he had 2 lovely overs already. 1 for 4 from his 2. Hit the nice areas just in front of the off stump. This time straight on the leg side. Once you get in those good areas, right, he's going to make the batter play and make the batter feel uncomfortable. So you want to finish off, or you can say, start again after that wide. So welcome back, John Ramsing. Once again, straight on the leg side. Flicked away by Lekram Singh. He's going to get 2. This time getting bat on it. There's no one out behind square on the leg side. So he got in the gap. And as John mentioned earlier in commentary, just around the edges of the boundary is a bit spongy. So the ball didn't travel all the way to the boundary, but he got 2.
The battle continues. There's a 16th over now, but 4 wickets already in the bag. So Berbice under-15 desperately looking for a partnership. Looking to forge one now. Gebran Yaqub and Lekram Singh. They've both been there for quite some time. They've seen the conditions. But the seamers of Essequibo. Oh, good return. Singh was not on. The run was not on there. Trying to play for the drinks break. He wants to get in non-strikers and the drinks. Single definitely not on. Would have been suicidal. Yeah, but the seamers of Essequibo so far doing extremely well. Utilizing the conditions nicely. Most importantly, they're forcing the batters to play more often than not.
Yep, once again, this time driving lovely through that offside. Beating the gap. Just 1 though. So this time he gets off strike. And he goes into double figures.
The pitch is drying out now. They had some preparation moisture very early this morning. So I guess with the seamers operating now, a bit later on, we'll see the spinners coming into their own. Berbice traditionally plays spinner very well.
Huge appeal. Umpire says going on the leg side. Big inward swing. Hit him on the full.
Not really a shout of conviction, really, with more of enthusiasm. But the bowler did not even go up. So Lekram Singh and Gibran Yakub looking to negotiate this over and go to the drinks break, but no, it's not to be. Healthy edge and he's gone. Thick edge.
Very cool. Look at that. Pitched up once again, moving away. Big drive, outside edge found. And the fifth one goes. Berbice 5 down for 4-3.
Quite interesting. I was saying that they would like to get to the drinks break without any further loss. It was not to be. Booming drive, edge found, and the keeper doing the rest. And Berbice sinking further into trouble. First drinks break in this opening match of the Under-15 Inter-County Tournament. And they're just 43 on the board. So we'll also take a little bit break for refreshment's sake and we come back. So welcome back to Malteenoes. Over number 17 about to begin with Berbice in all sorts of trouble. First ball after refreshments. Badly lined. So Darius Pearson from Richmond Village on the Essequibo coast, just 13 years old. Looks like he has a little bit of experience, but still a little pint-sized bowler. Good stuff from the Essequibians. So the new batter, Fiaz Baksh. So Lekram Singh still there. So a partnership is desperately needed, Ronaldo.
Absolutely. Especially 5 down, just 4 or 5 on the board. Maybe they want to scrape up to 100. Projected score at this run rate is 139. To get there, it'll take a lot of work. That's still 94 runs away. So someone has to step up and make some runs.
But with a bowling like this, it's difficult. So Essequibo batters on the back foot. Sorry, the Berbice batters on the back foot. It's all Essequibo so far. So they say Essequibo is the Cinderella County because sometimes forgotten. But this time you're seeing the Essequibo side put up a very good show early in the tournament. And sometimes it's not only about a start, it's how you finish as well.
Yeah, and what a start it has been. You know, coming up against a powerhouse Berbice, knocking top 5 batters out already in just the 17th over now. Now the attempt outside the off stump, getting the ball up right up, making them drive. Like I'm saying, has been there very long. Faces 30 delivery just now. He's got 10. He's only his second batter to get into double figures so far. He has to now stay there, anchor the innings, and take Berbice up to a formidable score.
Talk to 3 overs still to go after this one, Ronaldo. So lots of time. Bad balls should come. At the moment, Essequibo very stingy. Not giving a lot of extras, not giving a lot of boundaries away. They're in full control. Nice stroke of the fielder there, just lifting his head at the last moment and allowed the ball to go through his arms. But good backing up. So just a single. Inching closer to 50 now. Berbice under 15.
And just to add to the point you mentioned just now, Essequibo being very stingy with runs. We're in the second power play where you allowed 4 fielders outside of the inner circle, and all the fielders are inside the inner circle. You know, squeezing Berbice, not giving them any free runs, no easy singles. So you have to work for your runs. Oh boy. Not a good delivery.
A nice shape after pitching. As the end of 17. Just a wide and a single from the over. So 46 for 5. Essequibo bowling first.
Yeah, and the coach of Essequibo must be proud, at least so far, of how they went about things. Getting the ball in the right areas, making the batters play, and of course, getting the edge, making the batters miss. Those things, very beautiful sights for a bowler. When the batsman has no clue what's going on. Here's Benjamin.
Clive Holler is the head coach of this Berbice Essequibo on the 15 side. When they got to the venue very early, he put out his cones and they were doing spot bowling and was impressed with the early pace and promise I've seen. And they showed that in the game as well. Like you said, Benjamin to continue. So Lekram Singh has looked good while being in defense mode. When he looked to go to play attacking strokes, he tend to lose his shape and tend to look a bit ugly. Nice figures so far from Benjamin.
Yeah, and we see them for all the Berbice batsmen so far. Good and solid in defense. This one guided away into the gap. Looking for the second one, but that's not on. Yeah, in defense, they look very solid and compact. But it's when they look to play some big shots, those big booming drives, they just find themselves in trouble. Some of them not keeping the ball on the ground, maybe just throwing the head back a bit, losing sight of the ball.
And that is a testament to the bowling, because if the bowling was predictable and they had control of the bowling, they would have been able to play strokes and have it their way. But the bowlers have been on top, not giving them anything to make them comfortable.
Good take by the keeper. Straight on the leg side, Benjamin. So you've seen a couple of wides now from Benjamin. He started on point in that first over, but strained a little bit in the last 2 overs. I mean, he still has good figures. But just Berbice will just be glad for all these extras. Take the total up now, very close to 50.
There is a slight hill here at Malteenoes still. I say slight hill, and if you look at Benjamin walking back to the top of his mark there, you can see that he's walking down a gradient, and he's running against the breeze. So having to run into this breeze here can make it a bit tiring for some persons who are not physically fit, and that's why we're seeing some wides now from Benjamin. Nice delivery outside the off stump. I remember the days when Colin Stewart used to be steaming in right here, former West Indies speedster. Looking on from the sidelines, you'd have seen Colin Stewart running up that hill. I used to come just to look into the net session of these guys. Nice away movement. Good bowling from Benjamin. Because I was so interested in cricket, I watched the practice sometimes, even though at that time I was a club member, registered member at a Demerara Cricket Club. Come across to watch these guys in action. Full toss to finish the over. Not taking full advantage of an almost gifting his wicket away via run out. So a mixed bag of an over there from Benjamin. He's getting tired, you can say. 4th on the trot for him. And after 18, Berbice winning the toss and batting, 49 for 5.
Yeah, Crossmount had 2. Benjamin got 2. Holmes with the other wicket. Those are the wicket takers thus far. Berbice 1 short of that 50. Berbice coach and manager will want at least 100 runs. You know, Berbice usually has very good spinners and a few pacers. Good pacers as well.
There was an interesting discussion recently about spinners and pacers from Berbice. Look at what's happening recently. Shamar Joseph, Niall Smith, Dimitri Cameron, a few of the pacers coming out from Berbice. Romario Shepherd, medium fast bowler. So while they've produced quality spinners, their seamers are right up there as well. Start of over number 19. Outside edge. Will it carry? Not only that, it's spongy on that side, it's a little bit uneven as well. The longest part of the ground. And the 50 is on the board for Berbice on the 15. 50 coming up in the 19th.
Yeah. I think that's a good milestone to achieve. Of course, long way to go still, but at least we have 50. We posted 50, now we need another 50. Fiaz Bashk, Likram Singh, they just talk to each other and say, watch, we have 31 overs after this one here. It's a lot of time. This time look at the cut, but he's backing away from the cut, so he wasn't in a position to hit that ball. Wasn't in a position to get bat on ball. When you look at the cut, you need to get closer to the ball. Or maybe the reason why he's playing back is because he doesn't know which direction it's going, whether it's coming in or out.
We haven't seen any spinners yet from Essequibo, but there's no need to bring in the spinners if the seamers are doing the job. Yeah, lots of bottom hand in that one. Square of the wicket on the offside and gets the treatment. Nice boundary. And back showing that he can actually play some good strokes as well.
Yeah, that one was in the slot, and he took full toll. Got the middle of the bat there. Once he got it in the gap, that was 4 runs all the way. As a batsman, you love to feel bat and ball, and maybe that boundary will give him some confidence.
Short but wide again. The fielder moving quickly to extra cover. It's a pity there's no school today because the students in that school behind at the tutorial high school would have been entertained. Would have been skipping classes just to look at some quality cricket because that's what it's been so far.
Absolutely. And you made me remember my school days here, playing school cricket at the Malteenoes ground. 19 overs completed, Berbice 55 for 5. Yeah, playing school cricket here at Malteenoes. Keeping behind the stumps there, you'd hear the students in the background cheering when a wicket falls, you know. Sometimes they don't even know who's playing, but yet they're, cheering and enjoying the cricket. Sometimes when you have your friend from tutorial seeing you, they shout for you. And you have to look through all these little vents to see where's your friend. Where they calling from. A good atmosphere here at Malteenoes. I always love playing here at Malteenoes. I think I got most of my runs here at Malteenoes. Back in school days.
Thomas Lands to the north, very busy as well. Just had an ambulance passing by the Georgetown Hospital and a few other hospitals in that vicinity, southwest of where we are. Yeah, I remember my playing days here at Malteenoes as well. Strange enough, I remember my last game. It was a media 11. Might not have been the last, but among the last set of matches as we're about to begin over number 20. The Guyana Media 11 were asked to play a fundraising game for the Guyana Society for the Blind. They were raising funds to send a few of their players on national and international duties. A game organized by Ganesh Singh and Leroy Phillips at the time. So Benjamin getting an extended run now. Yeah, that game. So the guys from the media felt, you know what, to play against the guys that are visually impaired at the national blind side, shouldn't be too hard. But when we got to the venue, we were given a tutorial on the rules. I said, it's okay, it's still not too bad. We started the game. Nice flowing cover drive. Runs flowing now for Berbice. Good feeling, good support as well. Cricket is really a game of partnerships. Nice shot and good work in the outfield. Yeah, so we started that game, and there are a few guys that are extremely good on the Guyana Society for the Blind side. And after the game, I'm pleased to report that we came second. One of the rules that really got us as well is that it was kind of confusing to see so many persons on the field when the blind side were bowling, because they had the guys bowling, the coach was on as well, and then of course they had support for the persons who were totally blind, and quite similar when they were batting. And every single scored by someone that's totally blind is doubled every run. So 6 became 12, 4 became 8. Badly line delivery. Umpire Latif not signaling anything, so rather suspect might have brushed the pad.
Or brushed stumps there. That was down the leg side. I know some umpires might have given that wide. Maybe saying, because he stepped across there. If he hadn't, the ball would have, cannoned into his pads. Oh boy.
Look at that. Middle stump out of the ground. Full, and the batter missed. And that is the end of that long innings from Lakram Singh. Full delivery from Benjamin. He's into the drive, yorked himself, and that is wicket number 6. Berbice 57 over 6 in over number 20.
Yeah, more trouble for Berbice. 6 wickets down now. Just 57 on the board. I think we're into the bowlers now. In walks Kumal Chan from the race. In at number 8.
So umpire Wazir Dhanraj taking some time to fix the stumps. It was badly damaged. Ronaldo, look at this. High action from Benjamin. And there was the batter into the drive, missed it altogether. Perfect Yorker.
Absolutely. Earlier we spoke about bowlers want to see that sight. And we talked about him maybe taking a picture of that. He has 2 now for the innings. His second middle stump, he's knocked out to the ground. Brilliant from Aaron Benjamin. He's now leading his Essequibo effort with 3 wickets. Comes to the end of his over. Can he produce another beauty? Let's see.
From Queenstown on the Essequibo coast, Aaron Benjamin. And to the front of Queenstown. Well, Queenstown is in front on the main road. And in the back, there's Kapui, the village of Kapui with a beautiful lake. Very good over coming to an end. Just 2 in it and the wicket. 20 gone, Berbice 57 for 6.
Yes, Lakram Singh, the last batter dismissed. He made 14. C-Not, 13. The only 2 batters to get into double figures. Aaron Benjamin leading the way with 3 wickets.
$20 gone, 30 to go, 6 wickets gone, 4 to go. Illegit, Essequibo so far in control of this Under-15 game against Berbice. Welcome back.
Hello, John. Yes, they're in great control. If you can have Berbice at 57 for 6 with 20 overs back in the pavilion, the cream of their batters back in the pavilion as well, you know, you're asking for some trouble here, Berbice. Kudos to Essequibo. They have bowled well, and they're medium-fast bowlers. I'm very impressed. They have bowled well within their limitations. They maintain good line and good length. We've seen the use of the slower ball, short of the length deliveries. They tried a few Yorkers. So it shows that their ability out in the middle is unquestionable. Berbice has to really fight through here and put together a partnership.
Darius Pearson, we saw the graphic, into his 4th over. Bowler maiden as well. From the village of Richmond on the Essequibo coast. This is just after Anna Regina on that turn. Edging. Lots of edges in this innings so far. This time just a single. Might have been running hard to complete a second, but it's not to be. Essequibo, lovely county, beautiful place to go. And on the Essequibo coast itself, quite scenic as you drive from Supnam to Charity. Do you love your days over there?
Oh, yes, man. Great memories of Essequibo. Wonderful islands up there. And always enjoy our trip. I remember the last time we were at the Imam Bacchus ground Under-15 cricket. That was 2 years ago. Other than that, several occasions we have gone across there. The people are good, and so too their natural beauty. Wonderful county. You know, maybe that's... I remember Sir Walter Raleigh when he came to Guyana, and he went to the
Say that again. You remember when he came?
Yes,
Are you that
reading,
old?
reading.
It's in the air, but falling just short of the fielder. That fly slip backward point region could have easily carried it to hand, but chances being created could stop in the end.
Yes, and Kumul Chan has to be very careful here. He has just come to the wicket. Before playing that shot, he faced the lone delivery, was ambitious. He was looking to go over backward point. Just be a little bit careful. The ball was too close for that kind of shot. Yes, when Sir Walter Raleigh came, according to history, John, he said that the goal they were promised, they never saw it. But with the dares crisscrossing in every direction and with the waterfalls, this was a land to conquer. Maybe that's the reason why Essequibo is trying a thing.
Steady over again from Pearson, coming to an end. Single and a wide in it. So after 21 overs, Berbice 59 for 6.
And only C not with 13 and Singh on 14, actually touching double figures for Berbice's team. They are going to be disappointed at this stage with the batting performance. You expected much more from them. What scenic beauty we're watching here. That's the Transport Sports Club down towards the western part of the ground. There's been a hype of activities there, practicing on the tarmac. That's a pawpaw tree, John. One of your favorite?
Yeah, I had some papas too just recently. Green papa. In fact, there's a trial match. Well, trials happening on the other side. Some intra-association practice games, you can call it. Georgetown Cricket Association organized some under 13s, male and female. So they're actually having some. Look, you see a female batter there. They're having some time in the middle. And it's good to see. The weather is good. Players are available as they prepare for bigger things. Just have an opportunity in the middle. First sign of spin. Bomesh Lal for Essequibo. This is over number 22.
Yes, and after 21 overs, like John Ramsing said, we're seeing the introduction of spin for the first time. And I'm particularly happy that our medium-fast bowlers, they were given a lengthy run. Far too often after 2 and 3 overs, you see spinners coming into the reckoning. No problem against our spinners, but this game of cricket, it's just not only about spin. It's about giving an opportunity for our faster boys to showcase their stuff.
And it's a wrist spin as well of Lal. Looks to have good control already. And his name has been up there. He's very well touted in the JIT.
And John, there was some good bounce and turn for Bomesh Lal. And they'll get the first run off the spinner. Bomesh Lal actually has come on a high here, scoring a century prior to the team being selected. And that normally gives a lot of confidence. He's a good all-rounder. Any relationship to Yogeshwar Lal as far as your knowledge goes?
So we asked the question this morning of the younger Lal. He said no. Like the Alzari Joseph is unrelated to Shamar Joseph, but they're from two different territories anyways. This one has swung into the onside, but looking for the boundary. Just 4 boundaries in the inning so far. So not only that the bowling has been good, the fielding has been good, supporting the bowlers. Essequibo really doing well to be in this position that they are. They've picked up 6 wickets and controlling the game.
Yes, great all-round performance so far by Essequibo in the field. Just straying a little bit and penalized for that one. If I recall, just 1 catch going down, and that was by the keeper. Other than that, they've made every single opportunity count, running, anticipating well. Here's a drive, good-looking shot, and Little bit of finger onto it. That's Crossman. Sends the return in. But good chase. Good looking shot as well. Good all round cricket.
Yeah, but a little bit of indecision in the running with the misfield and slight fumbling before he actually retrieved. I think the batter should have been going back for the second. Under edge this time, beats the keeper. Will not get to the boundary. And there we see again, indecision in the running. Not taking the first one fast enough.
Yes, and this is one area they have to look very carefully at. You do not want to get a run out while you're looking for every possibility of scoring a run. You don't want to get yourselves back in the pavilion because of that.
Overgone, 65 for 6.
So, John, 65 for 6, 22 overs gone. Kumul Chan, he's on 2 from 7. Fiaz, 10 from 17. How do you see them approaching it from here on to get to that 3-figure score?
It's going to be spin from both ends now. So the seamers have done their part so far when the ball was hard, when the ball was new, when conditions were conducive. And in the last over, we had 4 singles, a leg by and a wide, which was the first off spin. Gives the impression that Berbice, realizing that it can score freely off of the spinner, they may want to take this passage of play now and control things. Maybe feeling that they can be a bit more comfortable to the spin or to the slower bowlers. And because of that, I think this passage of play is going to be very competitive.
Now, Essequibo is unleashing their leg spinners here at the moment from both ends. Now we're seeing Shazim Mohammed introduced into the attack. Lal, not a bad force over to start with. None for 5. Let's see what young Shazim gives to.
Slip in play, so it means that they're on the attack as they should be. On a whole host of fielders in the ring still in the jit. Despite being in the middle phase of the game, there's just a fielder at mid-wicket that is on the boundary. Other than that, every other player in the circle.
Yes, we have them wobbling at all the sixes, 666, 66 for 6 in over number 23. And they're going for an almost all-out attack here. And this is going to be very interesting. You might very well have some loose delivery, whether or not the batters are capable enough to come down the track, get to the pitch of it, or to play deep in the crease.
Nice flighted delivery. Still not certain about his running. I think Essequibo can also look at the possibility of getting a wicket via the run-out route because these batters have indecision. The communication is not right.
And that calls for positioning the players so that you offer the opportunity of a single and let those players be very, very alert.
So an update coming in from Queen's College Ground. We're defending champions, Select 11 taking on home side Demerara. Demerara batting first, 82 for 1. After a very good start against the Select 11. Yeah, the 2 for 1. And it's good to see competitive cricket as well returning to the Queen's College Ground.
Amazing, and I'm particularly happy for them. That's a nice venue. A good start, like you said, by the Demerara team. Remind listeners and viewers that the Select 11 are the defending champions. Return comes in. And he's just managing to be back there. And this has plagued them throughout this little partnership. Kumul Chan and Fiaz, they need to reach in the middle, sort this out. They need a partnership. You do not want to get run out.
Yeah, you get the impression it will happen sooner rather than later. A run out. But from a Berbice standpoint, you don't want that. You want these young players to build a partnership. You want to see a game swing in both directions. So far, it's all about Essequibo.
Should not have been playing that shot. That's a naughty shot. Wide outside the line of the off stump, throwing the bat. 23 gone, 71 for the loss of 6. Just Likram Singh with 14, C not 13, Fiaz Baksh. He's there still on 12. 3 for 14, Benjamin. Good performance.
Yeah, all Essequibo so far. Seen manager of the Berbice Under-15 side, Amir Rahman, who's been doing very well recently as a coach. But now he's a manager of the side.
Yes, a splendid job so far. We've been following his work in Berbice in the Rose Hall, Kanji area, both with the males and the females. Well, roles do change.
Yes, thumbs up.
24 overs is about to be a start. 71 for the loss of 6. And let's see what Berbice can do from here on. We were talking about Amir Rahman. He's a very, very good coach. Just look back at his records. Follow his story on Facebook. Always in the nets with his charges. He's been given the job of manager.
Playing across the line. But there's a field at mid-wicket on a boundary in Shazam. So Amir Rahman has been working with young Adrian Hetmaya, Ashmini Munisar, the first ever West Indies Under-19 women's captain. Also Isaiah Thorne, who's with the West Indies Under-19s in South Africa. This one is in the air. Lots of bottom hand on it, and that's going to be the first 6 of the match. That's a good shot. It was pitched up from Lal, and like I said, Berbice looking to be a bit attacking towards the spinners, and they've shown that so far. Big 6, down with the wind.
Great shot by Komal Chan. Deliberate shot as well. And he picked it up nicely. He looks a strong boy. He's a tall fella. Don't get carried away. The job has not yet been completed. And this time, John, my heart was a little bit in my hand, wondering to know what's going to happen between the wickets as they went through for that single.
Yeah, he played the ball straight to the fielder at cover, and they took off immediately. That's the difference this time. They took off immediately. Previously, they were a bit hesitant, but this time they took off immediately, so they caught it very comfortably in the end. Flight it again, this time too wide. Umpire Latif says wide. So the run's beginning to flow now. Just moments ago, the run rate was just about 3. Now it's gone to 3 and 3.36. It's increasing in the last few overs.
Yes, the coach of Berbice team that is playing here is Ryan Kisun Dayal. So good for him getting an opportunity to coach his inter-county team. We wish him all the best.
Bold, walking on the track, playing down the wrong line, and his off stump knocked back. That is the first wicket of spin coming from Pomesh Lal. Getting the batter look to play down the wrong line, playing across the line in the G. The cardinal sin committed, and he's gone 80 for 7 in over number 24.
Yeah, that ball was given generous flight. I think what the youngster did, rather than to, he could have been stretching forward, pick it on the full toss. He was committed on the back foot, deep in the crease, and paid the penalty. For the trouble now for Berbice. 80 for the loss of 7 in 24 overs. This is not a position they would have wanted to be.
Baksh gone, making way now for Arif Khan, who's the vice captain of this Berbice Under-15 side. More known for his bowling. Arif from Albion. He's been around a long time despite still under 15.
And much has been touted of this youngster. Well, he's been given an opportunity in inter-county cricket. Needs to make...
First ball over the infield, looking to get the boundary through mid-wicket, but no. The heavy ground on that side preventing the boundary. But first ball, that's confidence in the Jit.
Yes, he's going to play his shots, Arif Khan. Just looking at the bowling department there, John, 3 for 14 for Benjamin, like we said before. He led the bowling attack. But the two guys that opened the bowling with 2 wickets apiece so far, Crossman from the northern end of the ground, 2 for 10. And his partner, Makaya, 2 for 14 from the southern end of the ground. They were the ones who started the inroad.
Getting close to the halfway mark, 24 overs gone. But just as Baksh and Kumal Chan were looking to get a partnership broken, and that's why Essequibo continued to be so dangerous in this game, not allowing partnerships to form. The Seamers did it earlier, and now Lal into the attack, went for some runs, but also got the breakthrough.
And getting a breakthrough at this stage of the game is very, very vital, because the two of them, like you said, they were looking for scoring opportunities.
So more spin, and this time is from the nurse. Jataniel Nurse from Adventure, also on the Essequibo coast. Off spin this time from high action.
Yeah, John, and when you look at the composition of this Essequibo team across so many different villages, Maruka, we mentioned about Holmes, and this is pulled through the onside, out through backward square, and away to the boundary for 4. That was a fine shot by Komal Chan.
He is a short man, and that was a short delivery as well. So did not get up at all. The batter was quickly into position, and they pulled it all along the ground. But I remember after elections in Essequibo, for the new executive, the current executive body, they started with under-15 sessions. There was a tournament that was played among all of the areas. Despite not full teams, they managed to combine teams. And after that, 24 players were selected for trials that started last week at the Imam Bacchus, or Fines number 1 ground. And that's why these players now, they're fresh from playing cricket. They look so good. They look ready. And now we're seeing Jataniel Nurse already, spinners tend to take a couple of deliveries to get into their work. But first delivery landed in good area. Second, he followed up with the third one was just short. But it's a good sign from Essequibo. Cricket being played and being played consistently. Good start. 87 for 7.
25 overs gone. So 87 for the loss of 7, 25 overs gone. Komal Chan, he's on 15 from 16. Arif Khan, 2 from 2. They must have a nice little partnership here if they're going to put up a competitive total. With me in the commentary box once again is Avinash Ramzan. Avinash, we were talking about the composition of the Essequibo team from different parts: Maruka, Lima, Belplain, that's Wakanam from Queenstown, and so many different places, Richmond, different parts. There's what, Z-Light? Yes, Sansusi, Wakanam as well. Wakanam rings a bell. Remember Ramnere Sarwan, don't you?
Little matter of 5,000 runs in both formats of the game. Special talent. Could have gone on to more, I believe, but a man who really took the cricketing world by storm during his tenure at the top.
What a class player he was, Ramnere Sarwan. A fierce fighter.
I was just having a conversation with Sean Holder here from Malteenoes. The last time the West Indies defeated Australia in a test match was in Antigua 2003. And incidentally, that chase of 418, Ramnere Sarwan made a wonderful 100 in partnership with his countryman Shivnarayan Chandapal.
Yes, indeed. And I think that was the greatest chase in getting 418 in a second innings of a test match for victory. What a sparkling partnership was that.
Of course, some of the great West Indies victories have come against Australia, as we watch Bhumesh Lal continues to bowl. And a misfield there on the boundary, and it's going to trickle in. The fielder had initially give up the chase, but he's going after it now as they cross for three. Takes the score up now to 88 for the loss of 7. Arif Khan is on 5 and Komal Chan on 16. Full toss, and that's going into the boundary, and look at the umpire now to see whether that was a no ball. No, for height. So full toss there from Lal, goes into the boundary and takes the score into the 90s. It was already into the 90s. 95 for the loss of 7. Some good runs here for Berbice.
Just coming in for energy just briefly, that really looked close to being a no ball. Very high full toss from Lal. But I think the batter did well to get bat onto it, to actually lift it over extra cover and to get a boundary. And there we saw the fielders now going back on the boundary. Previously they were in the circle and then 3/4 way back towards the boundary.
So 96 for the loss of 7 after 26 overs. Komal Chan ran the race. He's on 20. A runner ball knock so far. And a good over there for Berbice, getting 8 runs from it. In fact, 9 runs from that over. 96 for a loss of 7.
Yes, and we were speaking of Essequibo a whole lot, and that's because of the transformation we have seen over the last few years. And of course, the Ghana Cricket Board Academy, that they set up in Essequibo. And around the country, I think there are 18 academies. And you're just seeing the difference that, you're looking at our youngsters there. There's a vast difference of what the under 15 players used to do than what we are seeing here today. So this is good for the cricketer. Berbice too, cricket and Berbice, they're synonymous. Cannot separate the two of them. So many outstanding players have come from that ancient county over the years.
Brilliant catch by the young man. That was hit with ferocious power, but he took it easy as a Sunday. Wonderful catch by the young man.
Magnificent catch indeed. And that shows the presence of mind. He knew exactly what was going to happen there. And Jatanel, great catch. 96 for the loss of 8 wickets. And I'm sure, look at this on the replay.
And these are the type of things that would lift the team. Wonderful catch there. Look at that. Beauty of a catch. And then sprinting off in celebration. Berbice now 96 for the loss of 8 and in danger of being bowled out way before the 50 overs.
And they will never want that to happen at all. And I look at that replay and I watch the way that he opened his hand there. It was like a good old-time bucket. Look at this. Realizing it's coming to him, got it in the meat of the palm of the hands, held on for dear life.
The boys, and more probably watching this will say, he grabbed him there.
I think all Guyanese will understand that, especially the Berbician. The good Creole patois language is very prominent in the county of Berbice.
This has been good stuff from Essequibo, and we keep talking about the academy setup and the fact that these players were kept together for a period of time. They understand each other, they understand their strengths and weaknesses, and they're playing within their limitations here. But what we have seen from this Essequibo side from the very inception of this game is purpose and energy. Wonderful stuff from them so far.
Yes, so far in the field has been exceptionally good for the Essequibians. Berbice always have a fighting spirit in them. And you go back to the many clubs in Berbice that has produced outstanding cricketers, not only for Berbice, but for Ghana at the international level as well. Albion, Rosal Tong Youth and Sports Club, Rosal Kanji, Port Maron, perhaps the mecca of cricket there in Berbice. Look at that scoreboard. Kumal Chan ran the race with 20 top scoring. We have had 3 other scores into double figures.
And talking about the growth of cricket at the youth level in Demerara here, I remember the inter-association tournament to pick the Demerara team. They were in Georgetown here. They had 40 odd players turning up to that under-15 session late last year, and then only yesterday the Georgetown Association held an under-13 trial camp really, and well over 40 youngsters were there as well at the Queen's College ground under the watchful eyes of coaches Darian Bess and Sean Messiah. So lots of youngsters interested in the game. It's only a matter now of them developing that love and passion that could take them to another level, because we have seen over the years a lot of players falling away after the youth level.
Yes, and if they're looking for an inspiration, somebody who has been successful only after playing 2 test matches, don't look far. Just look at Barakara, and that will tell you a story. Down the leg side this time, and they're going to get runs here. They've gone for 1, should be challenging for the second. Decide against it. Good return coming in. And I was talking, just look to Barakara. I never knew there was a road called Success from Barakara to... Where was the test match played last? Gaba, at the Gaba. Follow that road, you know, and you can be inspired by your own.
And as I was saying earlier to someone as well, you could have all the talent in the world, you could have all the skill, but if you don't have the belief in yourself to tell yourself, I am going to achieve, it's not going to happen. And that belief shone through brilliantly from Shamar Joseph in those 2 test matches. Nobody expected him to be playing test cricket so early, at least a year ago. You know, he was bowling fast. People expected him to play international cricket at some point, but to do it, you know, a couple of months after bursting on the scene at CPL, it's a magnificent story, and one that needs to be told to youngsters coming through the system. I'm sure a lot of them woke up this morning and saw the news and told themselves, you know what, I could do it. If Shamar can do it, I can do it.
You know, there's a difference between the bestsellers and the classics. And I think those who's going to narrate the story of Shamar Joseph from Barakara to the Gaba, it's going to make for a real classic. And it will definitely touch lives across the world, especially people who feel that they've been undone for whatever reasons. You know, it's like from the ghetto down to stardom. It's amazing, amazing. I hope that this will influence the next generation of West Indian fast bowlers.
And what is heartening to see as well, I just read he is committed to playing test cricket for the West Indies. Of course, there are the distractions of T20 leagues, if distraction is the correct word. I'm not sure. But he's committed to playing test cricket for the West Indies. Lofted shot, and that's going to go all the way out of the ground for 6. The first one of the innings, I believe, and that's breaking the shackle. Brings up the 100. It's the second 6 of the innings, actually. 106 now for the loss of 8. Wonderful shot by the young man.
Yes, superb shot indeed, Arif Khan. Let's look at it on the replay. Tossed up, he went after his man and smashed it for 6. Good power play.
And that is what is needed as this back end. There are not many wickets remaining, so they need to get as many runs as possible. 106 now for the loss of 8. Coming back to Shamar, good to see him committing to Test cricket, and I believe he has a future in the longest format. And of course, he would be available for the regional 4-day championship coming up. We're not sure how many rounds he'll be available for, but I'm sure, you know, a lot of regional batsmen now are fearful of what they have to come up against when Shamar Joseph stands up at the crease for the Guyana Harp Eagles.
Yes, I do agree with you, Avinash. Many of them might be thinking, now full toss, he's swinging again. And oh boy, why did you miss it down out on the boundary? And that's gone away for 4. Should have prevented it from getting to the boundary. And you can see the keeper there holding his head. Did he have a chance to take a catch? We shall certainly see it on the replay.
111 for 8 after 20. But these are valuable runs here for Berbice at the back end of this innings. Arif Khan 16 from 8 in T20 mode, and valuable runs for Berbice.
Yes, and in Berbice, they'll tell you about Arif Khan. Many believe he's going to be the next guy to play for Guyana at the national level and go on to West Indies cricket as well. Good bowler. He's showing us what he can do with the bat too. You know, when I see Shamar, it reminds me of this. The lion is known as the king of the jungle. It's not the heaviest in the jungle. The elephant is the heaviest. It's not the fastest in the jungle. They say the cheetah is the fastest. It's not the smartest in the jungle. That is left to the elephants and so on. But then why they call the lion the king of the jungle? It has to do with its attitude. And because of that, the lion rules the roost. It's the same story with Shamar Joseph. That attitude, that self-belief. The requirements that are needed to be successful at international sport are in his diary. He doesn't close it. He opens it. And every day he will see the importance of physical fitness. You're seeing fielders do things that has never been done in the world before. Look at these guys going over the ropes in the air, getting the ball up, taking a catch, getting back into the field of play. You're looking at fast bowlers. They're clicking 150, 160. He understands the requirement, and these things are necessary. It's not a one-time or a two-time success story. It's a career story, something that you have to keep up with.
And it's almost a perfect story when you look at it. But this is a guy who burst onto the scene and is dominating a team that has been virtually unbeatable in their home turf. They haven't lost a ping ball test. West Indies haven't beaten them since 1996-97 series in Australia. And they are right now the number one team in Test cricket, reigning world Test champion, 50 over champions. And you have 4 bowlers that have close to 1,500 wickets. You have Steve Smith, one of the greats of the game. And the West Indies have conquered that 1-1 series outcome. Is like a series victory for those young men that took on the challenge of going to Australia. I saw a comment from Craig saying that they were inspired by comments made by Rodney Hogg, calling them pathetic. And I'm not sure, I can't remember off the top of my head the other word. But I remember a comment from a former West Indies wicketkeeper batsman before the start of the series.
Yes, and that West Indian wicketkeeper batsman, if we are quoting correct his voice, is actually Jeff Dujan. Lambs to the slaughter. Well, these guys have proven all the negative minds wrong. Perhaps those were the things too that inspired them to this kind of thing. I remember many years ago when Tony Gregg said, let the West Indies come, we're going to make them grovel. Well, the rest now is history. And perhaps this is a turning point. The thing is, have we turned the curve? That's another matter. But this is great motivation for improved performance by the West Indies. And only if our batters now can bat to their true potential, you know, especially our youngsters coming through, it's going to be amazing what we can do at the international level. 113 for 8 over number 30 is about to be started here at Malteenoes. It's been a fantastic atmosphere so far. We have all enjoyed the atmosphere. Berbice looking to put as many runs on the board. But they're on the back foot at the moment because Essequibo, they have bowled well.
Aaron Benjamin 3 for 14. He has been outstanding from that end. Beauty of a delivery to pick up a wicket in his very first over, dismantling the woodwork. And he's been quite impressive so far. But valuable runs being added here by Berbice towards the back end. And talking about being inspired, maybe if that works for the West Indies, we might as well, before every series, get somebody to say something publicly.
You want to take on that role? Because you have a lot of viewership on Newsroom and on the Ramzan Post as well.
As they say, some things are better left unsaid. But no, those guys should be proud of what they did in Australia. However their careers pan out from here on, they have etched their names in the annals of cricketing folklore in the Caribbean and have done so in emphatic fashion. To beat Australia in Australia, wonderful.
Yes, it is. And you look at people like Kavim Hodge, on the scene for the first time. He played exceptionally well in those 2 half-century he scored on tour. Alzari Joseph and their senior fast bowler, Kemar Roach, in that first innings of the second test match. They ensure that the West Indies bowlers had something to bowl at. Now here, that's a very good delivery from Aaron Benjamin. Right on target, just moving a shade outside the line of the off stump. When the senior players there, and I speak of Craig Brathwaite and Tate Chandapal, they hadn't their best series. They failed. The rest came on. Joshua Da Silva, a half century in the test series. So in little chips and bits and parts, give the bowlers something, and they worked well with it.
I was just wondering, had there been contributions from the likes of Craig Brathwaite, Tate Chandapal, and Alec Atenes, who didn't have the best of series, how the series could have probably ended up? Because the batting was a real worry for the West Indies during those 2 matches, and had you had contributions from those guys, maybe the series could have been, the series result could have been a bit different.
Yes, you never know. And I like what I've seen of Kirk McKenzie. The youngster looks good. He's flamboyant. 30 overs gone, 115 for the loss of 8. Two wickets. Essequibo looking to get those 2 wickets as early as possible. On the other hand, Arif Khan, he has taken the fight to the bowlers. His 17 from 12 is invaluable so far.
Right, and that scorecard early, we saw lots of dot deliveries being bowled by the Essequibo bowlers, and that builds pressure. And once you get consistent dot balls, you're going to build pressure, and the wickets would eventually come. So good stuff so far from Essequibo, but of course they need to break this partnership and wrap up the innings. You don't want runs to be leaked at this stage, and then the Berbice go into the halfway mark with the momentum.
Yes, you want to take that with you if you get that momentum into the batting department. It's not all lost for Berbice as yet. The score is not a huge one as Nurse continues. Did it go to hand or did it drop? Looked as though it went very close to hand. One for 8 so far for Nurse.
And it's good to see the Essequibo on the attack with a slip in place, forcing the batsman to play differently. Good attacking stuff so far from them.
Yes, certainly it has been. So we've seen some good spin bowling here. Not afraid to toss the ball up. And you look at Ravin. He's playing deep in the crease. Not a bad ploy. There isn't vicious spin here. But if he has the googly in his armory, that could be devastating with a player playing so deep in the crease like we're seeing Ravin doing. I haven't seen the googly as yet from neither leg spinners.
That's the end of over number 31, 117 for the loss of 8. A good over there from the youngster. Just 2 runs coming off of it and building back that pressure from the northern end of the ground. But Ravin being kept quiet, 2 off 19. And Arif Khan 18 off 13. Arif Khan was off the strike for most of that over, and which is a good thing. Essequibo will want to keep him quiet because he's been the one getting the scoring moving. Aaron Benjamin, who will take up the attack now to bowl over number 32, has been impressive. 3 for 16. He has bowled well, and he's kept things tight from that end.
Yes, and that's another good delivery by Benjamin. You could see him bending his back, looking for the extra pace on the ball. But he has a good rhythm, Is not afraid to go for that extra pace. And this is what you want to see from our youngsters, because he's clicking on line and length.
So this is actually the second highest partnership of the innings. We're 22 so far, 23 being the highest. So good runs being added towards this stage of the innings for Berbice. And every single one of them they would welcome, after suffering a real shaky start within the first 10 overs. Lost 4 wickets in that phase of the game.
And they go through for a very quick single here. That was well taken, because from the time the call came, they decided to go for the run.
And that is important, because you don't want too many dot balls as well. You know, once there are singles available, and communication is important at this stage as well. Partnership now 23 of 31 deliveries, and Ravin Budwa playing a good supporting hand here to Arif Khan.
So a big swing from him here, and he has gotten that one down towards the wide mid-wicket boundary. That's a fine shot. Hits it very, very hard. Arif Khan.
Good looking shot there from the youngster. Moves up into the 20s now, 23 of 15, and giving impetus now to the Berbice innings. And this is what exactly they wanted at this stage, to gain momentum back. As we look back at that shot, full toss, and whipped away as it should have been. For the only thing he probably missed out there is taking it over the boundary.
So once he's there, there's hope for Berbice putting up a very competitive total. And Berbicians, they are known for their fighting spirit. Essequibians also. So we're having a fine display here. And look at the bowler thinking here, Benjamin. Just pulling back the length of the delivery a little bit. And having Arif Khan playing late, played well.
So the projected score now is 193. And with the last 2 wickets in hand, they would do well to get to that, to close to 193, but I'm sure they're looking to get anything over 150 from this position.
Oh, and this one took the edge and beats the leaping keeper, but it was going away from him. It was a valiant effort.
We'll wait to see the replay. I think it bounced before it got to the keeper. Actually, it did bounce, or it actually carried, so a drop catch there. Arif Khan, looking back at the replay now, wide delivery, went after it, hit the toe end of the bat, and floored by the keeper. So missed chance there for Essequibo. At the end of over number 32, 123 for the loss of 8.
And Avinash, sometimes this happens when keeper goes very hard for the ball. He was actually going to the ball, should have been going away with the ball. And in that case, he would have gotten the ball straight into the gloves. But because he went towards it, hitting it and then dropping there. It was difficult, but at this level, you expect it should have been taken.
But it's all a learning curve for these youngsters as well. Under-15 cricket, they're now developing the game. So all these are experiences that they will take as they develop and go on to play under-15, under-17, and under-19 cricket, and eventually get to the senior level. So all these experiences would help to make them better cricketers as they look to fashion a career in the sport, a career that has become very lucrative now with the development of the T20 leagues across the globe and the international boards paying their players more to commit to national duties.
As T10 leagues as well. So their money's there for the making. Never before in the history of the game, so many leagues around the world. Some are questioning the survival of Test cricket. But when you watch England defeating India in India, and then you watch West Indies defeating Australia in Australia, Test cricket is still alive. But how often are we going to have that quality of play? The thing is, where do we strike a balance? Money matters. The businessman talks about profit. The businessman talks about investment. And wherever you can invest and get your monies, there is where they're going to go. 123 for the loss of 8.
I think Sir Clive Lloyd put it beautifully. T20 cricket is an exhibition, Test cricket is an examination. Wonderfully put by Sir Clive Lloyd. And that is it. And when you talked about how often we would see matches of the caliber that we saw recently. Every now and then, when they talk about Test cricket dying, you get one of these matches popping up. And it's good to see matches getting results and players performing at an optimal level. A lot of players, they want to make money from the game. They go and play these T20 leagues, and you can't fault them. Probably if we were in that position, we would have probably done the same. But, at the back of everybody's mind, they want to play Test cricket. They want to do well at that level. And, a lot of people tend to remember the innings or the bowling performance in Test match. Test matches and ODI cricket. T20 cricket is seen more of an, as Sir Clive Lloyd put it, more of an exhibition. But of course, a lot of players now, young players, they train to play T20 cricket.
Yes, and in that exhibition, many people become rich from that exhibition. And that's the nature of a world that we live in today. This world has been transformed from what used to happen in the past, especially where cricket goes. They will come back with a second. The return comes in. Good running. He has long legs, Arif Khan, and he's going to reach there very, very quickly. And the applause you're hearing in the background are for the supporters of the Berbice team that are here.
And some of the West Indian players that were very dominant in T20 cricket. And talk about T20 cricket, that's a T20-like shot at this stage. A wonderful shot there by the young man.
Yes, he misjudged it badly there out on the long on boundary. Had good eyesight of it, but the ball was going away from him, and for a moment seemed to lose it at the last moment. Then he realized he need to stretch out. Didn't get there in the end. Should have been taken. Arif Khan, brave little innings continues, and a little bit of a luck follow him.
Living a charmed life, Arif Khan, 29 of 19. But a lot of the West Indian players, and some of them who come to mind, Kieran Pollard never played Test cricket. One of the dominant forces in the T20 format. Andre Russell played just one Test match. Sunil Narine, I believe, played just 6. So these guys inspire generations of West Indian cricketers coming forward. Pulled away again by Arif Khan. That's going to go into the boundary. He moves now into the 30s. 33 of 20 deliveries. Good runs being put on here by Arif Khan and Berbice.
Yes, and Elsha is trying a little bit too hard here. Tried to smack it into the surface of the pitch. Didn't get up the way he wanted it, and was badly lined down the leg side, and he paid the penalty.
Projected score now is 199.
And he's going again. That's consecutive boundaries. I wonder why Elsha wants to try these short. That was a long hop and put away nicely by Arif Khan.
So that's 4 3 12 and 2. 14 runs from the over so far. Just what the doctor ordered for Berbice at the back end of this innings. 137 for the loss of 8. And Arif Khan now is eyeing a half century as he gets closer.
Yes. Much better delivery this time. And we were talking about Test cricket and T20 and T10 cricket. I don't think we'll ever see T20 cricket or T10 limiting their franchise cricket. The thing what we need is for the rich countries that play Test cricket, have some better disposition of cash to other boards across the world, so you help to develop the game there as well. Our economy in West Indies cricket cannot sustain ourselves if our major players are going to earn their monies in this rich T20 leagues across the world. I think that cash must be more equitable distributed. 137 for 8, 34 overs gone.
And we're seeing an effort. Well, Arif Khan, 37 not out of 23. Ravin Budwa, he's not out on 3 from 27. Two different approaches here. One T20 like, the other Test match like. And of course, it's working in favor for Berbice at the moment. 137 for 8 from 34 overs. But we're seeing an attempt by partnership so far, worth 41 from 46 deliveries. And look at the contribution of Ravin Budwa. He's playing the perfect foil here for Arif Khan.
Yes, 3 from 27. He looks and sees his partner going after the bowling, and he's doing well with that. All my role here is to ensure I protect my wicket and get a single, get him on strike, and Arif is going to do the rest. This is sensible cricket. They needed this partnership, and all of a sudden, the scoreboard for Berbice is looking much more healthier.
Talk about the issue you brought up about the equitable distribution. We are seeing an attempt by Cricket West Indies and the West Indies Players Association signing an MOU just last Friday, in fact last Thursday night, to ensure equitable pay across the male and female game, and that hopefully would encourage players to commit more to West Indies cricket, especially at the female level.
Of course, it will. And I was so so happy that WIPA can reach an agreement with Cricket West Indies. We must stop the court battles that we are having. Far too long our cricket has been played in the courts. That's not the place for it. It's out in the middle. It's getting on chairs and tables and bringing it to the table. Gone leg before. Well, he came half forward there, and in the mind of the umpire, Wazim, he's out. So that's the 9th wicket going down, 137 for the loss of 9, and I'm afraid his long innings, 3, has come to an end.
Jataniel Nurse, just what the doctor ordered. A wicket at this stage, 137 for 9, the end of a very, very good partnership, and one that would give Berbice a lot of confidence as they go into the second half of this game. Momentum is something in cricket. Once you have momentum, things could happen. And they're going into the second half of this match with the momentum now.
Yes, they will definitely. So you look at that scoreboard. Pereira didn't score. C-Naught 13. Hetmeyer 4. Lakram Singh 14. Sohail Mohammed 5. And they're having a break there for some water with 9 wickets down. 137 for 9. Rollier is the new batter. Jahaden, we get that correct. Rollier. But that partnership promised so much. And Arif, I guess, will be talking to Rollier. Please stay with me. All I need you to do, don't get the ball hitting your pads in front. Don't let it hit the stump. Don't give a catch. I want a single.
Look at the bowling figure of Jataniel Nurse. 5.2 overs, 2 for 9, 26 dot deliveries. Splendid stuff from the young man. And to break this partnership at this stage when the momentum was with Berbice, he did his job.
Yes, and 8 bowlers have been used by the Essequibo team so far. So they have a variety of players and a variety of skills as well.
So Arif Khan on 37, he would not be on strike, but I'm sure he'd be very nervous at the other end because he would want to get as much as possible. And I'm sure he's probably thinking about a half century at this stage. Of course, this competition is being used to select the Guyana team for the upcoming regional Under-15 tournament. That tournament is slated for Antigua in late March. I think it starts on March 24th. So these players would be eyeing a spot on the Guyana team, and the only way they could get on that Guyana team is by performing. And Arif Khan is certainly throwing his name in the bag.
Certainly he has done so. Jahadeen Rolher is out in the middle. He's left-handed, has 4 deliveries to survive this over or get a single so that Arif Khan can get in strike. Let's see what his approach is going to be. But Jatanel is on a high here. It's a good testing delivery. It was wide outside the line of the off stump. But the left-handed Rollier will have none of that one.
There will be nerves because I'm sure he's been told by Khan to, bat out these 4 deliveries.
A loud appeal for leg before, but he's a tall boy. He's stretching out outside the line of the off stump. 2 for 9 so far, so he will consider his performance very, very good and will be a happy youngster. So 1 delivery remains. He's going to survive. Your next commentator is going to be Dr. Ronaldo Magarel. He will come a call in. I understand Ronaldo, his field is Gynecology. And beaten, gone, leg before. So he has just wrapped up the innings here, Jatanil. Berbice all out for 137 of 35 overs. Arif Khan 37 from 23. Kamulchan ran the race 20, giving some support there to the Berbice team after winning the toss and batting. Has been a splendid performance by Essequibo in the field. Bowling out Berbice for 137 with 15 overs remaining. Pereira didn't score. Sinat 13, Hetmaya 4, Singh 14, Mohammed 5, Yaqub 3, Baksh 13, ran the race 20, 37 not out Arif Khan from 23 deliveries, 5 fours and 1 6. Budwa scored 3 and Rolhier didn't score. 137 all out. Is this enough? Let's take a look at the bowling scorecard.
Dennis Crossman, 2 for 15 off 6. Micaiah Holmes, 1 for 20. Aaron Benjamin, he was impressive, 3 for 22. Wicket for Bumesh Lal, he was expensive, 4 overs for 39. And then towards the end there, Jataniel Nurse, 3 for 9, 30 dot balls in his 6 overs. Splendid performance by this Essequibo team. They had that partnership of 40 odd between Arif Khan and this the other guy, but they did well to dismiss Berbice 137. They will be pleased with their work, bowling out this Berbice team with as many as 15 overs remaining. It's now about sensible batting and bring it home.
Yes, so a combination of good pace bowling and spin bowling destroyed Berbice for 137. When we be back, Essequibo will be looking for 138. Until then, stay good. Ladies and gentlemen, we have in our presence this afternoon Ms. Travani Dennis. She is the marketing coordinator of OES Guyana Inc. It's an oil and gas business operating in Guyana for the last 4 years and, of course, more than 2 decades at the international level. Their business is situated at Rome in the East Bank Demerara area. And this is the first time their business will be associating with cricket. They are going to make a presentation this afternoon to the Guyana Cricket Board, which is going to go a long way in helping our under-15 players. First of all, I also have with me the operations manager of the Guyana Cricket Board, Anthony Danrad. And thanks, Anthony, thanks, Travani, for coming on FL Sports this afternoon in promoting such a wonderful gesture. We all know without Corporate Guyana, cricket can never, ever be taken to another level. For some brief remarks, I will first of all call on Anthony Danrad to say a few words. Anthony?
Yeah, thank you, Indrajit. Good afternoon. First of all, let me say welcome to OES Guyana Inc. for coming on board and partnering with the Guyana Cricket Board in this groundbreaking initiative. I think we welcome it. We welcome it as it is targeting grassroots cricket, which is the under-15 level. And as we all know, to get to the senior level, you have to start from the grassroots. And it's very important that for this contribution would go towards the assistance with the Guyana national team and their preparation as we prepare to take part in the regional under-15 tournament, which we played in March in Antigua.
Thank you very much, Anthony. And just before this presentation is made, I will ask Travani Daniels to say a few words on behalf of your company. Looks nervous, but trust me, she is strong.
Hi, good afternoon. On behalf of OES Guyana Inc., we are very proud to associate ourselves with the Guyana Cricket Board, and we hope this goes a very long way. And we just want to wish our guys good luck and all the best.
Thank you so much. And it's a check with a value of 2,000 United States dollar. And I will ask Travani to now present that envelope that contains the check. It's going to help exclusively with the uniform of the Guyana under-15 team. Listen, we have members who might very well be playing in that under-15 tournament in Antigua. Some of them are from Berbice and some from Essequibo. Congratulations, guys. Can we put our hands together for this generous donation of 2,000 United States dollar? The Guyana Cricket Board will be forever grateful to OES Guyana Inc., an oil and gas company. Thank you.
We're about to resume here at Malteenoes Sports Club ground, the Ferdinand Oval, as it's called, here on Thomas Lands in Georgetown. Berbice Under-15, winning the toss and batting this morning, bowled out for 137. The allowed 15 overs still to be unused. That's a batting card for Berbice after they were batting first. 37 from Arif Khan, the lone batter to really give the Essequibo bowlers a little bit of trouble. A few others getting some stars but not capitalizing. 25 extras helping them along the way as well. The pick of the bowlers, Nathaniel Nurse with his right arm off break. 3 for 9 from 6 economical overs. 30 dot balls. Iran Benjamin with the new ball. 3 for 23. Good support from Crossman, Holmes, and Bhuvneshwar Lal, despite being expensive, picking up a wicket as well. So the target for for Essequibo, 138 from their allotment of 50 overs. And we're about to begin in the afternoon sunshine here in Georgetown. A good afternoon for cricket. Weather is nice. The openers are out in the middle already. And you can expect a good run chase here. Essequibo will no doubt fancy themselves to get 138 from their 50 overs. Not a big ask at all. Under 3 runs and over, 2.76 to be exact. But then runs are not scored in decimals, so they need to score under 3 runs and over. First ball. That's a loose bit of effort from the wicketkeeper and goes down towards short third. And a single wide, in fact, so 2 more to the total. Essequibo opening their account with extras. So Francis Guruhu, and with him Justin Dowling, the openers, both left-handed batters. And bowling Arif Khan with the new ball. Appeal for leg before Narod, says the umpire, and that ball goes down to third. So extras helping Essequibo along the way so far. That was very quick. As we say good afternoon to Ronaldo. Hello, Ronaldo.
Hi, John. That's a good shout there. The only thing that might be saving him is if it hit outside the line in the off stump. That one kept a bit low and jogged back in.
Yeah, it looked as if it was hit outside the line of the off stump indeed. But good pace from Arif Khan. His pace is up.
Yeah. Very tall bowler. Around the height of, or even taller than the umpire. Oh, boy.
Scattered his thumbs very early. Arif Khan into the wicket, into his work, picking up where he left off with the bat. And Guruhu had no clue what had happened. Essequibo, 3 for 1 in over number 1.
Yeah, just a tentative prod forward by Guruhu. Didn't really commit on that front foot, just took a half step. The ball kept a bit low and beat him all ends up, middle stump out to the ground.
Gone without scoring, just extras on the board so far for Essequibo. And all the hard work that the bowlers have done, it now left up to the batters to go and get that 138. So Guruhu already dismissed. Just didn't look the part now, did he?
Yeah, he didn't really come forward with any confidence. In walks Omarion Smith to face his first delivery. I mean, I'd want to see Smith coming forward. Because we see the ball moving, nipping both sides, but primarily in with the angle, in this case here, away from him. You need to come forward. See the ball just skidding a bit as well, keeping a bit tad low. So he must come on the front foot. Stay in the back foot, he will be in trouble.
Word from Essequibo camp is that not Francis Guruhu, it's actually Omarion Smith is coming into this tournament with some runs from their trials. So lots of expectations from Smith. He's right-handed, he's on strike. There's a slip and play very wide as the captain of Berbice Under-15. Appeal for a leg before given. Umpire Wazir Danraj, who also is from the Essequibo coast, says you're out, Mr. Smith, and that's the end of him. Force ball. And now Arif Khan is suddenly on a hat trick. It's now 3 for 2.
Yeah, 2 and 2. And that one looked fairly straight. You walked across, put that front pad across in front of off stump, hit on the inner part of that pad, and that was dead in front. Good decision by the umpire. He's on a hat trick now.
Yeah, no score for him. Let's have a look at that just a little bit. Yeah, ball did not get up high as well. So good decision from Wazir Danraj, the umpire. Smith definitely surprised, but undone for pace. Before he realized what was happening, ball was already hitting his pad.
Yes, in comes Bomish Lal. Number 4, under a lot of pressure. Losing 2 wickets already in the first over. Chasing him. Very small total. 138. Oh, fishing outside the half stump. But hat trick averted. John, you know what they say about these small totals? They bite. They always give some tense matches.
Was another good delivery again from Arif Khan. Short and got up. This time getting the bottom hand, but the field at mid-on is running around. He kept his eyes on it, but just couldn't complete the catch. Good feeling, good hustling in the field. And opening his account, Bomish Lal, trying to be positive. Almost losing his wicket in the process, but that is the way sometimes you got to play to break up the momentum of the bowler.
Absolutely. Going after him. Taking the attack to him. Oh. Good leave outside the half stump. So the first one is completed. Essequibo 5 for 2.
If Arif Khan felt he missed out on a half century at least when he was batting. Now gets an opportunity with the ball. So over number 3. Sorry, over number 2. With all the action and getting carried away just a little bit. It's down the leg side. So Adrian Hetmeyer, the captain himself, bowling from the southern end or the tutorial high school end. Again down the leg side from Hetmeyer. So extras so far really helping Essequibo on the 15. When Essequibo were bowling, they conceded some 25 extras. The second best score on the scorecard after 37 from Arif Khan. Big appeal. Big edge. Who beat the fielder down as well on the boundary. Arif Khan couldn't stop it. A few wides and now ball finding the edge of the bat and into the boundary for four. And Arif Khan is still in the boundary. He's down, perhaps injuring himself slightly. Avinash, but finally runs off the bat in this over.
Yeah, after the pressure built in that first over with those 2 wickets, finally some runs. And of course, Essequibo would be looking for a victory here to start their campaign. But those 2 wickets being rocked back early spoke in the wheel for the Essequibo unit. And need 126 runs more from 292 deliveries. So, gettable total. Berbice is not out on 6 and Justin is on 1.
Arif Khan is back up on his feet. Hetmeyer is back to the top of his mark. Big appeal again.
Well, it's good stuff, good start so far by Berbice. And we spoke about momentum coming into this bowling innings. They had that at the back end of their batting innings. And they're riding on that momentum now. Those 2 wickets in the first over really rocking Essequibo. And they will need a partnership here now to really defy the odds and go on to win this game.
Nice confident stroke back of the track. So there's that moment of brilliance you're seeing from Berbice Lal. But it's a bit too inconsistent from him and from the Essequibo standpoint. But look at Hetmeyer, quite a utility player.
Well, he'd be looking to make an impression with the ball. Failed with the bat today, made just 4. And lots of expectation on this young man carrying such a surname, Hetmeyer. And he'd be looking to get some wickets under his belt after missing out with the bat. But Berbice Lal made some runs in the lead up to this competition. He made a century in the last trial game. So he'd be bursting with confidence. But of course, he'd have to play differently here now with those 2 wickets going down early.
Yeah, you get the impression that this pair, a lot will be dependent on them to take the side very close, if not over the line. The new batsman. Justin Dowling, still there. He opened the batting, but I've been away from strike for some time.
Dowling is also in some form coming into this competition. He made a 50 in the trials leading up to this competition. We understand he is the nephew of the former Guyana West Indies batsman Travis Dowling, so some cricketing pedigree in the middle.
TMD, of course, right-handed. Justin, left-handed. 2 gone, 14 for 2.
Of course, Travis been around, played a lot of cricket for Guyana. Travis Montague, I believe it's its middle name, TM Dowling. His sons would have played cricket too at the youth level. Jaden and Mackay is now playing at the on the 13 level. So we could see the Dowling name reigning for the better part of a few decades coming up, if they continue to take the game seriously and they achieve the level of success I'm sure that Travis wants them to achieve. Played a few test matches when the senior West Indies players went on strike against Bangladesh and got a 100 in one-day cricket, I believe, right?
Yeah.
And a 90 odd in test cricket.
But when the senior players came back, he maintained his place in the team because he was that good. He's also in the history of cricket being the only batsman to be dismissed by Mahendra Singh Dhoni. Arif Khan starts his second over. Nice pace, nice bounce and carry to the keeper. Not the type of record Travis would want to have, but it's part of history.
Well, I think you would say that's a prized wicket. Dhoni picking up his lone wicket, Travis Dowling. Some good starts there, John. But Arif Khan has been impressive. He got some runs, got 37 not out, and really gave the Berbice innings impetus at the back end. And now he's bowled pretty well, 2 for 5.
That's a good take from the keeper. Yeah. He's been around a long time, like I told Inderjeet earlier, despite still at the under 15 level. Quite a good youngster. You can see that he's a cut above the rest so far. Good solid defensive stroke.
And he's certainly shown a lot of maturity in this game so far. The way he batted and now the way he's bowled, he's certainly shown that he's a cut above the rest. And he would want to ensure that his performances and consistency continue throughout this tournament as he looks to get into that Guyana Under-15 team for the regional competition happening in March in Antigua.
Oh, that is a big shot. Going to clear the fielder at mid on. Will it have the legs to go over? In this case, the wings. It does. Umpire Wazir Danraj says that's 6. So that really is a very good shot. It's pick 6 against the wind.
And this is what Bhumesh Lal is capable of doing. And he would want to follow up that innings in the trials game, that 100 he made with another good innings here and take Essequibo to victory. And once he's there would be hope for Essequibo to pull off what would be a very good victory here against Berbice.
Boundary towards that end, just about 55 meters long. And he cleared it nicely. Good pickup shot. The ball was full and on the line of the leg stump. Good power hand. The bottom hand coming into play. Exciting 2 overs and 3 deliveries so far in the Essequibo innings. And Ronaldo, you had a lap of honor. You went all the way to the north of the ground, checking to see if the sun is hot or not. How is it out there?
Well, let me tell you, John, it is hot. Very, very hot. These youngsters playing 50 overs out there. I have to admire them. To be out there for 100 overs in that sun, it's not an easy feat. Not an easy task at all. Just goes to show, you're playing cricket, you have to be fit. That's why we were up in the commentary box.
So 117 still to come. Or 8 wickets. Good delivery again. Nice bounce and carry. Quite tall, Arif Khan. And getting the ball to move just a little bit after pitching from the right-hander.
Yeah, we saw earlier the paces from the Essequibo. From Essequibo. Got some movement earlier with that new ball. Here we see Arif Khan doing the same. He seems to have a bit more pace than them though. But Essequibo boys, very brave, still going after it. They're going at 7 runs and over. 3 gone. Essequibo 21 for 2. Some counter-attacking cricket after losing those 2 wickets early on. Yeah, John, earlier we talked about this breeze. When I was out there, oh boy. The breeze helped a little. As we say in the country, that's not the son, that's the father.
Hetmaya, after conceding a few extras in his opening over, will continue. When Essequibo were bowling, the seamers used the conditions and the new ball nicely. But as soon as Bhumesh Lal came into the attack, on the other spinner, and then eventually Nurse. Berbice looked a bit comfortable, and then they started to play some shots, and then they got runs towards the back end of their innings. As it is now, the pace of Berbice making it very uncomfortable for Essequibo. Maybe it's going to be a repeat of that type of innings.
Here we see Lal batting outside of his crease, maybe trying to negate the swing. Here, full toss.
Full toss is actually a stock delivery. It can surprise you, especially if a ball has been consistently hitting the deck and suddenly one comes in full pitched. Look at it, look at the way the wicket keeper has his pads. Straps are long, so that's what, instead of going around, you go up and across. Another full toss. Helped away. Over the infield, over mid-on. It's going to go down towards the boundary. Very brave shot again. Hitting down the ground. A full toss that was served up. Still in over number 4. So after the boundary, let's see how Hitmai will respond. Edged. This is real competitive cricket. Just got hit for a boundary, came back with a nice full pitch delivery. Edge found.
Another one. Press space. Yeah. Yeah, click. You can click in. Yeah, click on it. Make sure you click it, right?
They're maintaining this healthy scoring rate so far. This is over number 4, and they're going just about 7 runs and over. Essequibo, despite losing 2 wickets. Maybe the plan is to consolidate and cash in the power play. 4 gone, 27 for 2.
And after that brilliant start from Berbice, the bowler's now on the back foot. After Essequibo, hitting some shots over the top, put some pressure back on the Berbice boys. Scoring very quickly. And as you said, capitalizing on the power play, capitalizing on the restrictions. Only 2 fielders allowed outside of the ring in the first 10.
Short ball, running back, and he just could not hold on. That's Yakub with the helmet on, looking to run back. It's not easy to take it over your head. Running back. Top edge, short ball on the line of the body. And maybe you would have said the fielder running into the ball would have had a better chance. But in the end, it's a chance.
I see Lal's not afraid to play shots. Short ball, he's still going after it. Yes, we have a coach maybe just told them, go out there, be free, play your shots. Be positive. Solid in defense.
Justin Dowling there. Just faced his 6th delivery. Has 2. Kept away from the strike for most of this innings, but it's looking quite compact.
So was that a leave, a drive? What was that? Not sure. It was a dot ball.
Yeah, I think he's just playing over that one, realizing that was not quite to the pitch, so his shoulders arm in a different way. One observation I have as well is that these under-15 players are looking very big. A few seasons ago, they were pint size. Wayward.
Yeah, well, we see a few players pint size, but look at the short leg as he's walking across there. That's a very tall short leg, taller than the umpire.
Nice flowing drive. Chases on. Will he get there? After the ball leave the inner ring, the 30-yard ring tends to slow up. But that really was a good confident drive from Lal again. He's now into the 20s.
Yep, raced into the 20s, and the ball's coming off the middle of his bat now. The sound that the bat is making in this ball now, very beautiful to hear. Not a good shot through the covers. Picking the gap once again, he's going to pick up another two. He's looking very confident, very relaxed, very comfortable out there. Partnership going past 30 now. It's up to 31 off 26 deliveries.
Just like Dowling, he's also from Wakenham, from the community of Belle Plaine. Chasing a wide one, but that is confidence as well. He's backing himself to hit everything. So even that ball that was so wide, he really wanted to go across, get bat onto it, maybe help it to third.
Yeah, let's see what he was trying to do. There's no one out in the boundary except that fine third man. Any bat on that, and he would have most likely gotten four. This time, bit of a hesitant push at it to complete the fifth over. So Essequibo going at sevens, third of 5 for 2. Still 103 runs away from their target. They have 270 balls to get there. Should be a comfortable task once they keep wickets in hand.
That's a huge jug of water there. It's really hot indeed. Sunday afternoon. So hello to each and every one of you, wherever you're joining us this afternoon. We're coming to you from the Ferdinand Oval at the Malteenoes Sports Club ground. Thomas Lands in Georgetown. Round 1 of the Ghana Cricket Board Under-15 Inter-County Tournament. Good take again from the keeper. Keeper's been made to do a lot of work, a lot of diving, because Hetmai has been off radar on a number of occasions. Extras really helping this total. When Essequibo batted, they got 25 extras. When Berbice batted, they got 25 extras. Again, this time the keeper half stops the ball. So wide's really helping.
Yeah, if you look how the keeper's moving, a lot of work they're giving him. What I just like to see from the keeper though is just a bit more skipping. You know, he's standing a bit firm and then diving towards the ball. I know sometimes that is the case, especially when it's wayward or way out of your reach. But I just want to see him skip a little bit more. You know, and I think he may hold a bit more.
Speaking from experience, Ronaldo, wicket keep in your days?
Well, it's still my days, still wicket keep. But yes, that's one of the things he learned way back when, you know, you're now being introduced to the sport, now being introduced to wicket keeping. Two things they tell us: stay low, keep your eyes on the ball. And of course, one of the key fundamentals, or one of the basics of keeping, one of the things that you need to have as a keeper is good footwork. You know, staying low helps with that footwork, and as you skip, it makes it easier to get to the ball.
guess you might have been inspired by a former player, former wicketkeeper batter, maybe.
To get into wicket keeping? No, actually. Inside edge. Can't get over square though. I was introduced to wicket keeping by Mr. Quason Ned, a coach from right here at Malteenoes. At the time, he was our PE teacher at Queen's College, and they held a cricket workshop, and they introduced all the skills: batting, bowling, and wicket keeping, fielding as well, to everyone.
Big appeal. The umpire says it's going down the leg side. And it's good when the umpires will communicate with these youngsters what is happening. Give them an idea of what to look for, what not to look for. It was full on the toe.
Yes, let's come back to my story. Yeah, so during our workshop, I was introduced to wicket keeping. I mean, I never thought of myself as a wicket keeper, but just from my footwork and so on, he encouraged me. He said I had a very good basics for wicket keeping, and from then on, he used to always put me to wicket keep. I didn't like it at first, but after you spend time in the role, you get accustomed to it, you get used to it, and eventually I fell in love with it. And since then, I've always kept for wherever team I'm playing for.
Steer down to third. More work for Arif Khan. Just a single. Good work. Arif Khan, as you can see, his fitness. Got across quickly to his right to end the over. That's 6 gone, 39 for the loss of 2.
Some Berbice supporters out on the edge of the boundary.
It's really good to see spectators coming out, but their parents and those are members of the families of these players coming out and supporting. I love the fact that they're sitting on the floor with their food basket right there, little snacks. It's really good to see.
And of course, our umbrella to hide from the sun.
They're sitting under a coconut tree. Let's hope nothing except blessings come from above. Got to continue. This is over number 7. So the required runs now under 100. More work for Sohail Mohammed, the wicketkeeper. More work for Wazir Danraj, the umpire as well.
Just make mention of it again. If you actually look at how he's keeping behind his stump. That last one, for example, he didn't skip across. He just stood there and then dived for it. If he skipped, he might have been able to hold that in and avoid giving away that second run.
So Lal, 23 from 27, is off strike. But Justin Dowling on strike at the moment. Battling away with Arif Khan. Tickled finally. In fact, wide now signaled. So lots of extras already conceded. Powerful shot again, but straight to the fielder. Got height, not distance. High on the bat. And there he was backing himself. Bomeshlal, not in the middle of the bat. Scooped it. Took a good catch in the end. Third wicket down, and that is the big one. Bomeshlal. And Essequibo now 43 for 3 in the 7th.
Yeah, I still think Essequibo is still in front, but they would have not want to lose another wicket. That wicket broke that solid partnership that was forming between Lal and Dowling. So new batter is Elisha Ramdat. He'll now accompany Dowling as they seek to get this 95 more runs required. So will that wicket just swing the pendulum back in Berbice's favor? It's only left to be seen.
Three wickets going down, all three being picked up by Arif Khan. No doubt the star player so far. And if we were going to award fantasy points, he would have been at the leaderboard, top of the leaderboard at the moment.
Yeah, definitely would want him in my team for next round. Fantasy 11.
Walking across the stump, but not given. Elisha Ramdat is also left-handed like Dowling. Not a partnership is needed for Essequibo here.
Hey, look, he's rushed of pace there. Didn't get his feet moving at all. Ball got to him before he even got that front foot in front. Let's see how Dowling faces up now. He has to be the responsible one now. He has to take charge. He has to bat deep. Quick single.
Good pick up. Nice release. But that is what you need as batters. Start quickly and positively. If you're going to take a quick single, both batters responding at the same time. Well done.
Yeah, and that just puts added pressure on the Berbice fielders. Already not having a large score or a large total on the board. Every run will count here. And every one run that is scored by Essequibo will just add that little bit more pressure on the Berbice bowlers. .93 required from 259 deliveries. Seems like an easy task, but of course, this is cricket. Anything can happen.
Run rate is just around 2 runs and over as required from this stage. Another good over from Arif Khan, except the wides. Wickets in the over. 7 gone, 45 for 3.
Hetmeyer to continue. He'll bowl his 4th now. None for 19 thus far. Coming around the wicket to Justin Dowling. Once again, he's solid in defense. And there shouldn't be too much pressure on the Essequibo batters at this stage. Run rate required. So well below 3. Just around 2. So 2 singles and over will do it.
And some scores coming in from the other match of the round between Demerara, which is the home county, and defending champions, the Select 11. After 50 overs, Demerara 403, the loss of 2. 4 2 for 2 402 for a loss of 2. What a start to their campaign.
Absolutely. Batters with some massive scores, and that's what you have to do. When you have the opportunity, when the opportunity presents itself to make runs, you have to score and score big. Everyone is contending for positions in this national team. Cut away over the infield, but they get all of it. That's a single. Yeah, when you have the opportunity to score runs, you have to score. You have to put your name out there. You just stake a claim for a position or a spot in the team.
2 players getting hundreds in that game at Queen's College Ground. And I'd like to say this: let your performance pick you, not the selectors.
Absolutely, and I use a saying that's very similar to that, but not the same. Is I always tell persons or players, you don't ever give the selectors a chance or opportunity to not pick you, or in other words, make your performances pick you. You know, person should look at your performances and say, yes, this person needs to be in the team without a doubt. This is a new style, John. I see one pad inside his pants, one outside for the keeper. I've never seen that one before. It's either outside or inside.
Sometimes players work with superstition. Might have been a situation where a previous match you had it outside and then changed to inside and it worked. So maybe he's tracing luck, like they say. That's another good over coming to an end. 47 for the loss of 3 now. Essequibo looking to get 138 to win. Tournament will continue on Tuesday with 2 more matches right here at Malteenoes and the Demerara Cricket Club in Queenstown, also in Georgetown. Not so far from where we are right now. Every round the Ghana Cricket Board has committed to live streaming. That's very high. That was an appeal in optimism rather than conviction, and it was so high it hit the batter in his lower tummy. So the captain Elisha is on the ground.
Yeah, that's not comfortable getting hit, especially in that area. Seems okay, he's up. Some of his supporters in the stands shouting, "Are you all right?" Umpire's calling the physio out to check him out. This is what happened. Hitting high on that tie pad. Or is that back leg? I'm not sure if he has a tie pad on that back leg. Quite clearly you can see one in the front leg. It seems to hurt him quite a lot. So there is a tie pad on the inner leg, but that one just hitting maybe an uncomfortable part. Get some treatment. Physio gave him some treatment there. Seems fine, ready to go. Essequibo in pursuit of 138 for 7 for 3. In a 9th over, Arif Khan leading the way for Berbice, picking up all 3 wickets thus far. 3 for 25. He's into his 5th over now. Took 2 in that first over of the innings. Since then, took a bit of hitting, or a bit of hit. Picked up another wicket. And a third wicket. That one is just pegged the Essequibo team back. The run rate dropping now below 6. But that's not the one that's not the one that's important. The one that we have to take a look at is the required run rate. That one is still just around 2. Still 4 to 1 overs after this. So lots of time to get this 9 to 1 more runs.
And conditions continue to remain absolutely gorgeous for cricket. Booming drive, missed everything. Dowley looking to get a move on. Been expensive, Arif Khan, 3 for 25. But has been the one to pick up wickets. I guess what Essequibo should be thinking now, try to see his opening spell off. What is going to come after they will want to take advantage of. And you can see he's getting a bit tired as well, spraying it now outside the line of the leg stump. But he's done very well to pick up 3 wickets in his opening burst.
Yeah, and that's what Berbice wants from a fast bowler. That's what any team wants from an opening fast bowler, to get wickets up front. You got 2 in that first over. Picked up another one later on. He's leading the charge at the moment for Berbice. You can see he's lost some pace since that first over. Maybe just tiring a bit. He's still getting into some good areas. Straying a bit. Straying a few times, but still hitting that good length. Getting some bounce as well. And good skipping by the keeper on that occasion. Skipping across.
So this is his 5th on the trot, Arif Khan. They used to have a cap in terms of one bowler can bowl a certain amount of overs on the trot. Not sure if it was the case for this tournament. 9 gone, 48 for a loss of 3. Ninety runs to get from 246 deliveries. Lots of time in this game. Adrian Hetmeyer as well to come for his 5th consecutive. So you mentioned Arif Khan getting a bit tired. You can see his pace dropping a little bit. Also, the ball is not as new as it was 9 overs ago. Sun is still sharp. Round the wicket, big appeal, big appeal. Umpire Latif from Enmore on the east coast of the Emirates is not out. Because of our angle, we cannot tell exactly. But umpire Latif felt that in his estimation, the ball was going to miss the stumps. Hetmeyer yet to get a wicket, but a shaded new ball nicely with Arif Khan. So now both of the keeper's pads are in his trousers.
Yes, and this is the modern era style. A lot of keepers now putting that pad inside of their trousers. I think the first keeper I saw doing this is Quinton de Kock.
And I had to give a little bit of a jiggle there because it tells our age difference, because the first keeper I saw doing it was Courtney Brown, my very good friend of the Barbados. He was way before Quinton de Kock. Nice pace. Batsman beaten, but managed to get some bat onto this one. I'm happy with the performance with ball now of young Hetmeyer, Adrian Hetmeyer. Missed out with the bat, but now doing a very good job with the new ball.
So you come to the end of his 5th over, the end of the 10th over the innings. Essequibo already posting 50. Oh, full toss. We can't get it past the short square leg. Now hit high on the bat. Made a very woody sound. Definitely not close to the sweet spot.
He's trying to hit a bit too hard there, Dowling. Not timing it because it was a freebie. This time he gets hold of that one. Swivels nicely. And that one sped across the boundary despite it being a bit heavy on that side. He gets 4. What a way to end the over. 54 now, 10 gone.
Yeah, if you look at this one here, definitely got it out of the middle. Swiveled, pulled, and just swung this one over fine leg. 4 runs. Good shot.
Still 84 needed from the last 40 overs in this innings. Which way will it go? We'll never know. But to tell us more, it's a double change. The men from the east, Maikoni and more. Indrajit, Avinash.
Yes, they say wise men come from the east. 54 for the loss of 3. Justin, 21 balls for his 8. And Elisha, 9 balls for his 1. But they have done the job that is required so far. 54 for the loss of 3 after losing early wickets. And if you look on the screen there, 84 runs off 240 balls with 7 wickets standing. Very gettable. Hello, Avin.
Arinjit, run rate 2.10, so that is not an issue at all. They just need to have wickets in hand and bat sensibly from here on.
Yes, that's what you want to see. You want to see intelligent cricket. You have the ability, yes, make it count in the middle. I think match on. This should be thrilling. And listening to John Ramsing and Ronaldo McGarrell, a whooping 402 made by Demerara under-15 against the Select 11. 2 centuries. Parmeshwar Ram, 117. And I think it's Lewis. Emmanuel Lewis slammed 160. That's a lot of runs to get in 50 overs by our under-15 boys.
Someone would have to play something special there for the Select 11. But 2 very good batsmen. I've seen them play before, Parmeshwar Ram and Emmanuel Lewis. Very competent guys. And just maybe they've slotted in their name on that Guyana team with that performance.
Yes, you'll never know. They're centuries and they're top-class hundreds. Arif Khan here is making a fight. 3 for 26. He has taken all 3 wickets to fall. And he's bowling with good pace as well. That's a short of a length delivery that scooted on to the left-hander. And he's been probing nicely, good length, good line. And we said earlier, he's a good prospect.
Yeah, he's certainly making a case for selection here. Those 3 wickets, he also made a very valuable 37 not out for Berbice. An innings that really revived the Berbice innings as they were faltering away. Had a partnership of 40-odd for the 9th wicket, which really gave momentum to the Berbice innings towards the back end.
Yes, I sure agree with you. That was invaluable. That's the reason why they got up to that 137, because they struggled throughout the innings. Except when he came, he scored his runs very, very fluently.
Good little youth. I understand he's from Cotton Tree. a club that produced the Gafoor brothers. Very active cricket club in Berbice and have been producing players consistently for the ancient county.
And it's amazing what, hard work can do. That area got some financial assistance from the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sport, and they have made it count. They have done a brilliant job on the outfield there, building pavilion, training session for the young and the seniors. They've been doing a fantastic job, has a good ground there, and it's paying off.
I think that is the whole idea behind the ground enhancement program being taken on by the government, is to ensure that there is safe playing space for youngsters at the community level to go and hone their talent, to take part in recreational activities. And if you can get a few to go on to play cricket at the competitive level, at the national level, then you would have achieved your job.
Appeal for LBW. Not out, says the umpire. Loud shout there from Arif Khan. His hands akimbo. Can't believe it wasn't given out. 11 overs gone. As you look, that looked very, very close indeed. But umpire Wazim says not out. 54 for 3, 11 gone.
Lucky to survive that one there. He lives to see another day. But good bowling so far from Arif Khan. Continues to probe away. And he's certainly looking good. If he continues this way, then Essequibo could be in trouble. But they just need to probably, work him out and ensure that they build a partnership from here on. And, of course, get to that magical target of 138. They're 84 runs away from victory. 234 balls remaining. So run rate is definitely not an issue.
Yes, and we do not have the advantage of a stump mic. And I know in days to come, FL Sports will definitely be having one. It's a company that has grown tremendously under the guidance of John Ramsing, our friend. It's amazing. He had the vision. He has put that vision to work. Very expensive to outfit, a stream, a live stream. You talk about equipment. You talk about the technical know-how, the different resource persons. And congratulations, fantastic job to John Ramsing and his team. A youthful team. And I always feel whatever the mind can conceive, you can achieve. But that was a close one.
Of course, John's background is in telecommunications, having worked at NCN for so many years, having developed that working knowledge, putting it to use now, and ensuring that fans who cannot make it to the game.
This one is in the air. Will the catch be taken? Oh, just eluding the fielder there. That's Dennis. The return comes in and hits the stumps. And he's been given out. What a period of play.
It's all happening here at the Malteenoes Sports Club ground. Dropped the catch there, but sent in a throw, the other fielder that is. And we'll see the replay shortly. It seems to be a direct hit, resulting in the run out there. 4 wickets down now for Essequibo.
And Avinash, that could be a telling blow. You drop the catch. Then the fielder had the presence of mind to send the return in. The batters maybe weren't paying the kind of attention that they should have paid in that instance, resulting in Essequibo losing a 4th wicket and a valuable one as well. That has broken a partnership that was just beginning to blossom.
Well, as you mentioned earlier, this is all part of a learning process. These cricketers will learn about these things as they go on. There's the experiences that will last them throughout their career. And this is just a moment there that, it's unfortunate for the youngster to be run out that way, but maybe probably guilty of ball watching, and that cost him his wicket.
Yeah, certainly cost him the wicket. A wicket that Essequibo can ill afford to lose at this period of play. Because both boys, they were looking good as they rebuild the innings. Well done, Berbice. There's a shout for 2, then there's a shout for 1. They'll settle on 1.
But there's no need for risk here in the Jeet because they're way ahead of the run rate at this point, 4.80, and the required rate is 2.14. But as we said, sensible cricket, and they're going to achieve victory here. No need to take risky runs and cause themselves to be run out and put the opposition in the ascendancy.
Yes. And the little man, the nurse, John Ramsing called him, stepping on the front foot and defending, no nerves whatsoever shown. I remember his manager when he came on stream, started to play under-15 cricket for Essequibo, that's Yogeshwar Lal. Was just a short little fella too.
Nurse would be bubbling with confidence. He got some wickets when Berbice batted.
So he looks a fluent little batsman. Just came on the front foot. Sweetly driven. Not with too much of power. Good timing. 12 gone. 56 for the loss of 4. Having a little bit earlier, we saw a presentation of 2,000 United States dollar to the Ghana Cricket Board, which will help their national under-15 team, which will be taking part in Cricket West Indies regional tournament that will be played in Antigua. We had Trevani Dennis representing OES Guyana Inc., an oil and gas company. Without Cooperate Guyana, things cannot be taken to the other level.
Definitely, and it's good to see these oil and gas companies coming on board and supporting the development of youth and development of cricket. I'm sure we would see more of that happening as these companies settle in Guyana and fulfill their corporate social responsibility. But it's good to see them coming on board with the cricket. Of course, that is an important aspect of development, getting these entities to foster a relationship with the governing body. So it's good to see this new company come on board. Kudos to them.
Yes, and kudos also to the Ghana Cricket Board for getting the OES team on board. I know that the operations manager of the Ghana Cricket Board, Anthony Danrad, he has done a terrific job, along with another executive, Anil Bihari, and the president of the board, Mr. Bisun Diyal Singh. In getting these sponsors on board is very, very essential. We want our boys, when they leave this soil, they go out looking elegant. And here is where that 2,000 US will go towards their uniform. Presence tells a lot. And there was a big swing in the air, eluding, in fact, splitting the fingers, I think, of the fielder down on the square leg boundary and away for 4.
Dowling moves to 14 with that shot and taking on the bowling there of Fayaz. Takes the score now to 60 for the loss of 4. 78 required for victory. And the required rate is just 2.07.
Fiaz, and that swung away again by Dowling, this time over the backward square and away to the boundary for 4. Well, he is on some fire, getting some loose deliveries and making full use of it.
That was a high full toss. I'm surprised that the umpire did not call that a no ball for height. But making use of the opportunity there presented Justin Dowling.
So Fias will have to wheel and think again, gone for consecutive boundaries. This is his first spell. Let's see how the youngster is going to handle this pressure. Not a bad delivery, has Dowling there thinking. And there's a little guy just below where we're doing commentary. He has been an electric voice since we started, calling on the name Dowling, supporting Essequibo. Always need that little extra bit of support.
For sure, the Esquibans are not short on support in the Jeet, and it's good to see the youngsters in the game and egging on their teammates.
Maybe the left-handed Dowling just could have been thinking with those short ball, rocking on the back foot and punching through the offside. 13 gone, 64 for the loss of 4.
Well, this is the run-out that happened earlier. First of all, a drop catch. Dropped and then picked up by the fielder here now, sending in the return. And effecting dismissal there. That's the last wicket to fall. It's actually a direct hit.
Yes, a direct hit indeed that resulted in the fall of that wicket. And this is what presence of mind is all about. You're playing the game, you're very, very alert. You understand what should be done in those situations. Give kudos to the fielder who sent the ball in that cracked into the stumps.
And sometimes these small moments that could lift an entire team.
Certainly. And it has lifted the spirit of the Berbice fielding team. And the little nurse, they call him. Not a night nurse. He's batting out there in the middle. A little man. He looks very bubbly, very active.
And he would want to back up that wonderful bowling performance that he had with some runs here and take Essequibo home.
Yes, and look at that drive. Lovely looking drive down towards wide mid-off. Got to the pitch nicely. Just that he didn't pick the gap.
He looks like those stubborn little players. You know those stubborn little players, you don't get them out.
Yes.
And
But that's the kind of support that Dowling will need at this time. He's the more aggressive one. He looks much more muscular. So all that nurse need to do, play every ball on its merit. Like that.
there's no need for risky cricket here. They just need to play the ball on its merit, put away the bad balls, and take it home.
Yeah, 2.04, the required run weight. This time, beaten outside the line of the off stump. Good quicker delivery by Ravian. 14 overs completed. Essequibo 64 for the loss of 4.
Not a 74 required for victory in this first round encounter of the Guyana Cricket Board male Under-15 inter-county competition. And of course, another match is being played at the Queen's College ground between Demerara, who made 402 for 2 against the Guyana Cricket Board's Select 11. So the cream of the crop of the Under-15 cricketers on show. These are the best Under-15 players in the country on show. And they're playing for a spot on the Guyana team. So lots to play for, not just winning a title, but earning an opportunity to represent the country at the regional level.
Certainly, I agree with you, Avin. And we're all looking forward to hear good news coming out of QC. Good news in the form of the younger Ramzan. We wish the youngster and all the youngsters all the best. That's a full toss and slaughtered over the backward square. That's a maximum. A great shot by an Under-15 cricketer. Dowling is a strong man. I said man. He's a boy batting like a man.
And he has cricketing pedigree. He is the nephew of Travis Dowling, the former Guyana and West Indies player. So he has cricketing pedigree. He's also made a 50 in the trial match that led up to this selection of this team. So he is in some form, and he's crucial here in this run chase for Essequibo. 24 of 33 so far.
You mentioned the name Travis Dowling. Have you ever heard Travis give off a lawless laugh? Yes, Travis is our man. Share the commentary box with us on a few occasions. Never a dull moment with Travis Dowling. You say any little thing that he can pick out a joke from, and he will give it the best couple of seconds of laugh that you can think about. You're right. Cricket runs in the vein. His little boy also plays cricket too.
Travis is very versatile. Of course, he played the game. He dabbled a little bit in commentary. He also was a select at some point and featured in administration as well. So he has done his part in the promotion of cricket, and now he's trying to pass that on to his younger ones to ensure that they too can have a career in the sport.
And this is what makes cricket this beautiful game that it is. Off the back foot, was in the air for quite some time to the right of the backward point. It didn't carry. Good piece of fielding. 15 overs gone, 70 for the loss of 4.
In case you've just joined us, Essequibo looking to get 138 for victory. Francis Gorohu not. Justin Dowling, he's on 24 not out. Omarion Smith, he made a first ball duck. Bumish Lal, 23 off 28. And Elisha Ramdat, the captain, he made one. Chataniel Nurse, he's not out on not. And they'll be looking to take this innings deep and ensure that Essequibo leaves the Malteenoes Sports Club with maximum points.
Yes, and Arif Khan, 3 for 26, the lone wicket taker. Hetmeyer, none for 27, none for 14. Baksh and Budwa, none for 2. They need 68 more from 210. It's gettable. 6 wickets standing. And that should not give them too much of problem. All it calls for, smart cricket. That is what is needed at the moment. You get the singles, the occasional 2 when the bad ball comes along, you can put it away. So I think even though 4 wickets have gone, 15 overs too, Essequibo still with an advantage of, having a win here.
Of course, Arif Khan, who has picked up those 3 wickets, he top scored for Berbice with 37. Ram Naresh 20 and Lake Ramsing 14. Aaron Benjamin 3 for 22. Dennis Crossman 2 for 15. And Norris, who is at the crease now, 3 for 9. A busy little player. And he would want to be the perfect foil for Justin Dowling, who has established himself at the crease. Seems to be in the game now, 24 off 37. This partnership would be crucial. A wicket here now, though, for Berbice could change the complexion of things.
Yes, I agree with you. And that's the last thing on the mind of Essequibo. Do not lose another wicket now. There's still a lot of overs to bat. Look, when Berbice batted, they were bowled out in 35 overs. 15 overs are begging. If those 15 overs were batted out, that score would have been close to around 190. Well, they paid the penalty for that. Essequibo will not like to make that mistake. And as we speak here, I would like to say hello and welcome to one of FL Sports commentator, Pastor Matthew Kisoon. Good to have him on board.
So a good friend, the insurance man, stopping in.
Has us fully covered.
Definitely.
And if our good friend Sunil Joshua was here, he would have said, as soon as he sees Pastor, he would have said, "You serious, Pastor?" Always fun time. 70 for 4, just after a little break. Plays about to resume, and Ravin, none for 2, will begin. Just train down the leg side and penalize. That's a wide. So Berbice has to be careful here. You do not want to give away too many extras.
But Nathaniel seems to be the guy that wants to enjoy his batting. He's not bothered about what's happening there. He wants to spend time in the middle. And once he spends time in the middle, and Justin Dowling is the one going after the ball, then that could be a safe approach for Essequibo at this point of the game.
Yes, and there's a good thing about Nurse, is that he looks very, very relaxed. Yes, and looks like a youngster who is enjoying his cricket. Well, he missed out there. Should have put that away down through deep, backward square. But just lost timing of the ball. Was a little bit quick on him. Has to regroup and come again.
He's yet to get off the mark, and I'm sure he's eager to get that first run. Have to wait a little bit longer.
And showing good judgment too. That's a wide. He hasn't flashed at anything outside the line of the off stump. He hasn't driven at anything wide. Once it is in his corridor, he plays well.
Playing it safe.
Yes, he's a little man. Recall a little guy from Berbice that came on the scene many, many eons ago.
Godakesh Moti.
Godakesh Moti.
I remember in 2007.
Yes, and this time it flew off the outer edge of the bat and will run away down towards the drain there. That's a boundary for Little Nurse. And the Nurse has finally opened an account of the 9th ball. He has gotten a boundary. He won't mind that at all.
And Essequibo either. The runs, they will take it however they come. And that is 4 runs off the target that they need. They need now 60 from 209 deliveries. The target, of course, being 100 and 38.
So with every run, with every boundary that is scored, it's reducing. It's now gone to 60 runs from 209 balls. And the required run rate, you look at that, drop below 2 now. So no time to panic. And let's say, Avi, if Essequibo should go on to win here, will you see that as an upset?
Traditionally, people would want to think so. But what we have seen today is a well-oiled Essequibo unit. They bowled well from the inception, got those wickets very early in the first 10 overs, picking up 4 wickets. And they seemed energetic, they seemed purposeful, and to me, they played the better cricket. The only passage of play, I think, when they bowled, that they didn't really control the game was that partnership for the 9th wicket.
Yes, and he's going to get another run here. And look at the use of his feet, and even had the presence of mind to challenge for the second run, which was not on, sent back by Dowling. But this youngster is a little entertainer. The previous cut shot that he played was so well. And look at this next one again. Just looking for scoring opportunities. Well played, young man.
Well, their left-hand, right-hand combination is very useful for Essequibo here because they have to change their lines. And that is something that could work effectively for Essequibo in this run chase.
Some more runs here. A nice little tickle again. And this time they will go back and complete 2. Dowling is quicker between the wickets. And you make the 1s into 2s. That's exceptionally good. This is good cricket.
Good communication between the two as well to pick up those 2 runs. And as you mentioned, with every run scored, the targets is reduced. Now it's 57. So it's pretty good for Essequibo at this stage. And this over is very costly for Berbice.
Got it way down on the toe of the bat. Was looking to get it down through backward square. Picks out the square leg on the boundary, but he gets a single Dowling. He's the one that's keeping the fight here. He's on 27 and getting great support from Nurse. 82 for the loss of 4, 16 gone.
Yeah, Nurse seems to understand his role. He's playing within his limitations. He's not trying to do anything fancy. He's just working the ball on its merit, and so far it's working pretty well for these two. And you'd want to say that Essequibo, they're large and in charge at this point. 27-run partnership so far. Nurse has contributed just 5, but more importantly, he's spending time at the crease. And once he spends time at the crease, the confidence will come.
Yes, it will definitely come. So over number 17 is about to begin. 56 runs required at 1.65. So hello to you wherever you are in Essequibo. You're at Charity. You're at Anna Regina, Reliance, Lima, Bartica. Wherever you are, you're in the south of Essequibo, you're in the north, you're in the central. Hello to you guys. Your boys are doing a fine job, irregardless what the outcome may be. Very slow through the air, well bowled. Komul Chan. Have to be very careful with some of these names. Somebody asked the question to John, who? And he said, Gura who? So it's a little bit short and good fielding. Arif Khan moving away to his right. Down at wide mid-off. Was a good looking shot, and there you can see how careful is Dowling. Short and smacked over the backward square. Bang, it goes on the concrete wall, and that's a massive maximum.
And that's the shot of a man who is growing in confidence. Swivel, pulled away, getting the maximum for the shot, and ensuring that his team gets closer to this target. He had to take on this responsibility after the loss of the early wickets, especially that of Bhumesh Lal, who I understand is one of the better batsmen in this Essequibo Under-15 team. And he's shouldering the responsibility well here. 33 or 42 now.
This time tossed up a little bit more and getting some purchase, a little bit bite on the pitcher as it went through into the gloves of the keeper. Now you can't be bowling slow and bowling short at the same time. The guys who are strong, they're going to put you away. Better delivery. Avin, this is the job of the spinner, to lure your man, makes him watch up, and he actually had to stretch way out on the front foot as he defended.
But good sensible cricket there from Dowling as he overcomes to an 88 for 4 after 17. He got a 6 in the over, played out the remainder of the over, not taking any risk, and that is what they need to do. Don't take risk at this point. Just play sensible cricket, and you're going to get to the target. 33 off 45, 3 fours and 2 sixes. Good little knock from Justin Dowling so far.
Absolutely so, and I do agree with you. And here, there's a huge difference between the educated and the wise. The educated is somebody who is going to learn things, and I guess our young boys are learning. Now, what do you do with that knowledge that you have been given? The execution we're talking about there, the application of that knowledge, that is wisdom. And that is exactly what Dowling and young Nurse are doing out in the middle. And over the years, we have seen so many talent. And we have seen talent go to waste just because of lack of application. These are good signs that we're seeing.
Yeah, it's clear that they understand the game situation. I'm sure at the water break there, the coach would have instilled in them to play a certain way to ensure that they don't play high-risk cricket, they don't lose wickets, because at the end of the day, net run rate could get involved as well. If you're trying to, if two teams end up on the same points, you could end up net run rate getting into play. So they would want to secure their wickets and play sensibly, and they've been doing that so far admirably.
That was a better delivery, well pitched up, on line this time, and that is good. You do not want to give away too many extras. There have been some outstanding off spinners produced by Berbice, off spinners, leg spinners, left arm spinners over the years. The next batch must come from these. Ravin, none for 15 so far. It's a nice little tickle there. He found the gap, but didn't have the power to go for the single, because the fielder covered the distance. But the intention was good.
And this little guy, Nurse, has been showing a lot of patience. He doesn't seem worried by the match situation. And I guess he understands his role at this point. At the end of 18 overs, 89 for a loss of 4. And it's on the 50 now, 49 needed from 192 balls. Just 1.53 runs per over needed. So once they continue this rate, a match in the bag, maximum points, and probably end up top of the table depending on how the net run rate goes with the other game as well.
Yes, you never know what can happen. But so far has been a solid performance by Essequibo, making Berbice, which is normally the powerhouse, fight for every bit of space out in the middle there. And so far Essequibo is getting the better of the exchanges. Short, can't get past the backward point. And here again, Dowling, very careful, didn't look to hit it too hard. Realizing there's a short toward man inside the circle. If he goes for it hard, gets an edge, a catch could be flying in that direction. So he knows where the fielders are, and there again, Avin. You look at him, very careful how he played that shot. He was looking to split the backward point and the short cover. I think it was you who mentioned to me a few days ago, somebody said to you, don't look where the fielders are, just look where the gaps are.
Definitely, and that's an approach I believe worked for guys like Sir Viv Richards. I remember mentioning that in an interview some time back. But we're talking briefly about whether Essequibo win here, if it would mean an upset. Well, a lot of people would remember in 2023, they won the inaugural intercounty under-13 competition, and some of those players from that squad, they're in the under-15 squad here, so they have very good memories of winning a title. So I'm not sure whether Essequibo beating Demerara and Berbice now could really be treated as an upset, because they've won titles.
Yes, and several of those under 13 guys, you know, some of them went on to play for Guyana in the under 13 bilateral series between Guyana and Trinidad and Tobago. They used to be called the whipping boys of Guyana cricket. Today that has changed. They're very, very competitive. And that's a sign that good things are happening in Essequibo cricket to bring out the best from our players. 19 gone. It's 89 for 4.
Right, Bomesh Lal, he played in that under-13 tournament last year, and he's one of the players that has a bright future once he continues to play the game. And there's also Micaiah Holmes, he played in the under-13 competition. So these guys understand what it means to win competitions, and they want to transfer that now to the under-15 level. And I'm sure if they beat Berbice today, they would start to believe that they could go on to win the competition.
And self-belief can work the miracle. Somebody said, I think it was Khalil Gibran, one of my famous philosophers, man's greatest mistake is to give up. And I like the fighting spirit. The attitude outside there is absolutely right. Berbice a very, very strong team. They have played lots of cricket at this level in Berbice, under 13. They're even playing under 11 age group cricket now. So they're looking at every developmental aspect of their team. Good looking drive, getting to the pitch, good use of the feet there. And that's refreshing, a little man playing at the under 15 level. He has just gotten 5, but he has faced 19 deliveries for them. Nothing wrong with that. You see him there cocking on the back leg and looking to turn one down into the onside. Having, as he develop a little bit more strength, more muscles, grow a little, you know, these are all experience he can draw from.
He already has a proper technique, so it's just a matter now of getting that strength. And he's very quick between the wickets as well, so he seems to be a fit young guy.
So
Certainly
look
one
at
for the
that
future.
on drive. Moved into it, just mellowed there, and played it beautifully all along the ground down towards mid-on and getting a single.
So Justin Dowling actually played for the Guyana under-13 team that went to Trinidad and won that bilateral series last year. Dowling and, of course, Bomesh Lal, they're both from Wakenham. Our good friend Zahir Mohammed, the man from Wakenham, fast bowler.
I like how you said that one. Nicely tickled here by Dowling. And he gets a single. Now, you look at that. He knows where that gap was. A fine leg, inside the circle, and the backward square. And he collected the single.
Maybe he's employing that strategy of looking where the gaps are, not where the fielders are.
Yeah. Your memory is good. Remember the fast bowler. Hello to you, Ravindra Mandalal, wherever you are, brother.
Well, I see Ravindra and Zahir now. They're teaming up almost at the end of over number 20. It's 91 for the loss of 4, 47 needed for victory. As I was mentioning, Ravindra and Zahir now, they're teaming up almost every evening now, talking about cricket on Facebook and pushing the development of cricket on the Essequibo coast and in the islands. And that is pretty good to see them getting a platform where young cricketers can get exposure.
Yes, I've been following their work. You mentioned the name Wakenham. I was told by history that's a Dutch word, and it means waiting for a name. And after so many centuries, it's still waiting for a name. Wakenham.
What a name.
There's an appeal for stumping there, but the umpire will have none of that. But that was beautifully bowled by Ravin, drawing the left-handed Norse, in fact, Dowling into the shot and beating him outside the line of the off stump. Ah, that was very short. It was very slow. Dowling was winding up there with 11,000 volt. Then at the last moment decided, I'm going to pull out of the shot and tapped it easily. Maybe didn't get up the way he wanted it. In the air, out through the offside field. This is going to race away close towards the boundary. Can the fielder get there? Just getting there in time and saving the boundary. But he completed two good-looking runs. So he's picking the gap nicely and capitalizing on anything that he can score off without rushing the bowler. Good fielding this time to his left there, Arif Khan.
So Dowling also played in the Silas-sponsored Under-15 tournament for Wakenham Leg 1. And he actually made the most runs in that competition. So he's been in good form, and he's translating that form from a domestic level now onto the national level, and it's good to see him playing such a critical role for Essequibo in this game.
Absolutely so. I do agree with you. Oh, that's a brilliant shot. Get the single crashed into one of the fielders. Both youngsters are on the ground. That's not looking good. Let's hope that everything will be okay. The umpire is there, the fielders, the physio. She looks a Usain Bolt running out in the middle there. Finally gets there. You're trying to avoid the ball and they crashed into each other. That can be dangerous. Not a good sight.
Not a good sight, but it's good to see Norris standing and he's back up. That's a good sign, but we're kind of concerned about the fielder. But the physio is there providing assistance.
Looks like the knee actually went into somewhere around the neck, the face region. Thank God that all the guys are back up on their feet. And none has been badly damaged.
The physio is making her way off the field, so that's good. That's a good sign.
And we've seen so many incidents of fielders crashing into each other, batsmen getting injured, bowlers getting injured on the field of play. Can be dangerous at times.
Cricket is a dangerous sport, and we saw that incident years ago with the Australian opener Phil Hughes. Totally unrelated to this incident, but just to show how tough this cricket could be.
Yes, it is. So, 21 gone, 95 for the loss of 4, 22 is about to begin.
Good partnership here, and you cannot discount the critical role that Nurse is playing. 7 off 23. It doesn't look impressive by looking at it, but the innings is special in the case that he has kept company with Dowling, and he's ensuring that they keep the Berbice bowlers at bay.
And look, this guy has some batting skills. He knows his role, and look at that last shot. Just came out, reached it, killed the spin and drove it down towards mid-off. And look at this again. Knows where he can score a run. He didn't score the run, but had the presence of mind. You know, get down, open the face at the last moment. He knows how to bat. The thing is, don't worry, spend time in the middle. Your time will come when you'll begin to turn it into more runs. Good looking cut shot all along the ground. And when he played that cut shot, is definitely what the coaches will tell you. Get on top of the ball. You cut it down into the turf and let the turf does the rest. And sometimes you can see those cut shots with the spin of the ball, you know, beating the fielders going in a different direction. So he's doing the basics right.
And I love the fact that he made a call early. As soon as he played a shot, he knew where the fielders were, and he called right away, and Dowling responded.
Yes, certainly. And another single. In fact, wides. Misfielding as well. So, 4 wides signaled by the umpire. That's Randy Latif. He's put on a lot of weight out in the middle there, Randy Latif. And I heard he actually wasn't doing anything. So it developed into weight. After this over, John Ramsing will come a calling. And Dr. Ronaldo Magarel.
And 100 up there for Essequibo. And they need now 37 from 171 deliveries.
And it's getting easier and easier. And the two batters, they are not panicking at all. Normally when you get such close matches, nerves will step in. But both these boys, they look very, very confident. Big swing down the leg side. Did he get a touch? I doubt whether. And the umpire, I think, is going to signal wides now. We just wait on him. Yes. Those are wides, so just straying again.
Yes, and with such a small target remaining, the Berbice side are not helping their cause with this type of bowling. Because every wide, the ball has to be rebowled and runs added to the target.
Let's look at my boy, man. Nurse playing it nicely. Waited on that one. Slow off the pitch and just kept it down.
Well, this is what you call nursing the bowling.
I like that one. Out of that one. Beautifully driven, but picking up the fielder down at extra cover. Can't score. 22 overs gone, 103 for 4. Essequibo looking for 35 runs to win with 168 deliveries remaining. Avin, you'll be joined by John Ramsing, and then he's going to be joined by Dr. Magarel.
So Justin Dowling, 37 not out, 59 deliveries, 3 4s and 2 6s. And Nurse, he's an 8 of 28, just a solitary boundary, 103 for 4 after 22 overs. And look at that extra column, 34 extras in this inning so far. And a small target, 138 is required for victory, so 35 runs away from the target, 168 deliveries remaining. And Kumal Chan will continue as I'm joined by Dr. Ronaldo Magarel.
Hi, Avinash. I had the best seat in the house just now. Looking out from the pavilion. Seeing some lovely shots from both Dowling and Nurse. Both of them looking very comfortable out in the middle. Just turn 5 required.
Back punches through the offside and they'll cross for 1. The partnership now worth 49. And this partnership is certainly taking Essequibo closer to the target. And from the look of things, they should walk away from Malteenoes with full points.
Absolutely. This partnership definitely a match-winning one. Both of them showing grit and determination out in the middle. Not allowing the Berbicians to penetrate their defense.
So Nathaniel Nurse, he's an 8 of 29. And he's been, in fact, he's gone. Bowled him.
Stumped.
Or is it stumped? He's stumped. Yeah. So just as we were talking about Nathaniel Nurse, he goes stumped for 8 of 30 deliveries. And a timely wicket for Berbice. Could this be the moment that they come back into this game?
That's a good question. Good work there by the keeper.
So Komal-chan ran the race, providing the breakthrough for Berbice, having young Nurse stumped for 8 of 30 deliveries, ending a wonderful partnership of 49 for the 5th wicket. 104 for 5 now. We are in the 23rd over. The target, of course, is 138. 2 in 2. Pearson goes bold. And all of a sudden, the complexion of this game has changed. Essequibo now 104 for the loss of 6. 2 wickets and 2 balls there for Komal-chan, ran the race. And Berbice, they are back into this contest. Wonderful stuff by the Berbicians.
Yeah, 2 in 2. Maybe swinging this game back in favor of Berbice. But of course, Dowling still there. He's a well-set batsman. He needs to start taking strike, taking responsibility, and getting his 34 more runs. But 2 in 2 definitely could be the game changer.
So at the end of over number 23, 104 for 6. 34 required for victory from 162 deliveries. Back-to-back wickets to end over number 23 from Komal-chan, ran the race. More thoughts from Dr. McGarrell, and it will be the voice of John Ramsing.
Yes, so now, one of the heroes from the first innings with the ball, Iran Benjamin, he has to come out now and do to the bat. He's batting at number 8. Still 34 more runs required. Lots of time to get there. But then it's a wickets column that might be the worry. 6 wickets down now, Essequibo. John has joined me in the commentary box. John, what's your take of the situation at the moment?
I think that should Essequibo lose Dowling, they will lose the match. If he's still there, they can scrape to get 34. But the big conjunction here needs support at the other end. Benjamin has joined him, but he'll need to have someone who'll stick around, like we saw Nurse, who did that a few moments ago. Hat-trick ball. And the hat-trick is going to be from the next over.
She's dropped at a backward square leg inside the ring with a full toss from Komal-chan. Helped around the corner, hit it straight to that guy there just behind the umpire and floored it.
Yeah, that's Lekram Singh there, not having the best of games with bat and now in the field, just struggling just a little bit.
Oh boy. Look how John, mind your head. That was helped around the corner. 4 runs. This time Lekram had no chance. Over his head. And could that be the match changing moment, that drop catch?
Did he drop the match on that occasion? Time will tell, but that is a delivery on the line of the leg stump, and Dowling was quickly into position and swatted it nicely for another boundary. He's moved into the 40s now, and look at that, just 30 needed. And you can hear the chant going around the ground. Baton, Dowling, baton. You see the wicketkeeper getting into his head as well.
I see the pads are back outside again. Oh boy. Short one helped around the corner once more. But good fielding out in the boundary.
Yeah, Arif Khan here now. Parading mid wicket. He had to move to his left, to backward square. So it's getting a bit exciting now. It always happens with these small scores. Tend to give you lots of thrills. 29 still to get. 4 wickets in hand.
Nice cut shot. Benjamin just has to stay there at the crease. offer support to Dowling and just don't lose his wicket. Stay there. They have a lot of time. Time is not the issue. There's no reason to play any risky shots, play the ball in the air or anything like that. Just need to stay there and just block, as you would say.
Overcompleted, 109 for loss of 6. But at this level, Ronaldo, pretty much everyone can bat and everyone can bowl. So just a matter of hanging around, like you said. And Benjamin will just fancy himself of being a good partner. Don't want to be called a rabbit with the bat.
Dowling, he'll take strike here. He's in 4-3, eyeing up that half century. A lot of flight there from Kumul Chan. And that was a hat-trick ball. So hat-trick averted. Ooh. That one darted in. Kept on following him. Kept going in. But he got bats in it. That's the most important thing. He's still there. Easy single, out a long off. And singles will win it. So they just need to rotate strike, stay out there, don't lose their wickets, and they'll get over the line. 28 more required.
Kumul Chan ran the race, 2 for 12. So they'll be looking at him very closely. Berbice will want him to pick up another wicket. They're desperately looking for the wicket of Justin Dowling. 44, the top score of the game so far.
Inside edge. Some boys in the stand saying, easy there, Benji, easy. And I agree with that. No need for any wild shots. That one's going wide. Leave it alone. Ooh.
Managed to get a good connection on that one. And it's racing away. That's the longest side of the ground. 4 more. Lovely shot. That was a bad delivery from Ram the race to begin with. It was punished. That's the end of the over. 114 for 6.
Well, we were saying take it easy up here, Benji, but he says he's showing that he can bat. So if you give him a bad ball, he will put it away. That's a sign of a good batsman.
He has other plans indeed. And the plan, I think, that he's working with is a victory. So he has the mindset of a winner. He wants to go on and win it for his side. Tournament will continue on Tuesday with 2 more games. One right here at Malteenoes. Berbice will remain here. The Select 11, the defending champions, will come across. And over at the Demerara Cricket Club, Essequibo will go across there to take on Demerara. Essequibo versus Demerara will be live streamed on FL Sport. Pick up FL Sport on YouTube. Just visit the website www.flsport.gy. Over number 26. What were they appealing for? Yeah, youthful exuberance again, like we saw. It's a round robin tournament, so it will finish on Thursday with 2 more matches, DCC and right here at Malteenoes.
Very slow ball there from Yakub.
But the format will allow players from each team to play 3 games at the minimum. And we'll give the selectors, the junior selectors, opportunities to see these players in action. And that should be a good enough gauge to pick a national side for a regional tournament.
Absolutely. Earlier today, we've seen some guys already staking a claim for some positions in that team. Slight misfield. Dowling was looking for the run there. Benjamin sent him back. Bit of confusion and could have been an opportunity. But all's well that ends well.
In local terms, just say Benjamin was sleeping on his bat. Not backing up at all, not looking for a run. 2 deliveries still remain in the over. Yakub yet to concede a run in this over. Spraying it outside the line of the leg stump. And it's wide. Had it been closer, I can imagine the reason for the appeal, but not so wide.
You know what they say when you appeal, sometimes you just get in the umpire's mind. Sometimes they forget to signal.
So the wide in the over, this is now the extra delivery. Let's see what will happen with it. A partnership of 11 from 17. So just the wide in the over, 26 gone, 115 for 6, 23 still to come for an Essequibo victory.
Yes, required run rate 0.96, less than 1 run and over. So they don't even need to get a run every single over. That's how much time, that's how much deliveries they have left.
I think the need for a change at the moment, bring back their best bowler, bring back their strike bowler. Arif Khan must come back to get into the slow order. 4 wickets still in hand. And if they really want to win this game, they need to pick up wickets. Cannot look to bowl out 50 overs to win this game, Berbice.
The man you're asking for, Arif Khan, he's all the way out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. One of the best fielders in this Berbice team. He's in the hot zones. So now we see a change in bowling. This is Chamish C0 coming to try his luck. Try to dislodge Dowling or back Benjamin. Bit of leg spin. Nice action. Quick action as well. So Benjamin should be looking to get forward. Not get too much in the back foot. This time slowing it up nicely. Lovely loop and flight.
I love the way this pitch has played all day. Nice pitch for cricket. Good bounce, good turn, a little bit in it for everybody. The batters had a good day as well. It's a nice track. Hope that they can maintain such a track for the rest of the matches right here. Tuesday and Thursday, more matches to come.
Can't pierce that offside. I can understand what he's trying to do. There's no one back on the offside boundary. Short, but hits straight to the only guy in the ring on the leg side. So maiden to complete. A dot ball to complete a maiden, which is the 27th over. And of course that's okay. Just 23 required. Still 23 overs left. So a single run of every single over that's left will win them the game.
Berbice just needs 4 wickets. You can get 4 wickets in 1 over as well. But I don't think that will happen right now. I think this game will go down very close. Both teams playing to win. Sometimes you see some teams just playing as if they do not want to be part of it. But this time we see both teams looking to come out on top. And I love the fighting spirit of Essequibo. Traditional whipping boys in cricket. That is not the case anymore. Lots of players coming from different parts of Essequibo, the cricketing catchment area, the Essequibo Coast, Pomeroon, Maruka, on the islands. Zahir Mohammed, our good friend, taking care of some cricket in the island of Wakenham. In fact, he's on the island right now at the T20 tournament. Easy single taken.
Yeah, it's always good to see good competition. You never want to see a one-sided match unless, you're backing someone. But of course, as cricketing neutrals, this has been a riveting game. Caught our attention from ball one. Good single. Kept his eyes on it. The ball stayed a bit low, but he got it into the gap. Not a single. Reduces the target by 1.
So Zahir sent a message saying that he has players in the Essequibo side and in the Presidency 11 side, all from Wakenham, that he's very proud of. Rather suspect you of being part of preparing these guys for under-15 tournaments. And now they're here.
Oh boy, very soft dismissal. And Dowling has to go. 5 short of a half century. But that was definitely soft.
The big wicket. Delivery now is pitched up and driven in the air. Looking to not hit it too hard. Just trying to perhaps just stroke it through the covers. And got it straight to the fielder, who made no mistake. And that's the end of a very good knock for the 5. Got his team very close, within touch and distance, you would say. 117 for 7. Dowling gone for 45.
John, earlier you said if they get Dowling, match over. What do you think? 21 needed, 3 wickets in hand. Still game on?
12-21 now needed. So yeah, still. Reason being, I'm seeing a fighting spirit in this Essequibo side that I haven't seen in a long time. And despite the fall of Dowling's wicket, they will want to continue that fight, realizing that they were within touch and distance. I just got some word as well from, I like to call her Mama Sampson, saying that Justin, who was just dismissed, and Quentin Sampson, their first cousins, my husband's sister's son. Yes, cricket runs in that family's blood. Dowlings and the Sampsons in the air. Yeah, cricket, I think Kimo Paul as well has inspired a lot of cricketers from the islands, from Saxakali himself. Seen players coming through from Carrier like Quentin Sampson and his family. Overcompleted, a successful one for Berbice. Kumal Chan ram the race, picking up his 3rd. 117 for 7.
So now it's a job for the Pacers. Holmes and Benjamin. 2 of the main destructors in the first innings. They now have to come together, combine, try to get their team over the line. 21 runs required. Chamish C. Not in for his 2nd over. First over was a maiden. Backing away, looking to cut. But I've seen this a lot, covering cricket for the last couple of months. When persons are looking to cut, they're backing away from delivery, when you should be cutting into the ball. Much better. This time getting bat on ball. That's what the coaches teach you. When you cut in, you shouldn't be backing away, but actually going in or toward the shot.
One of the things I've noticed as well in modern day cricket, rather than traditional cricket, persons are not trying to get their front foot close to the pitch of the ball anymore. Especially in the shorter version of the game. They're just having a strong base and swinging for the fences, reaching for balls, whether it's on outside the line of the leg stump or off stump. Something like that. Oh, what a grab! What a grab! A one-handed grab. He gave the impression that the ball was actually passing him, and then it's actually stuck in his right hand. And catches like that will win matches. What an excellent grab. It's 8 down now for 117.
Good take there by the mid-off fielder. Very tall fielder at mid-off. Benjamin looking to get it over that fielder. Failed to do so. And he has lost his wicket. 8 down now, Essequibo. Still 21 required. Someone has to stand up now. Someone has to say, we need to take this over the finish line. Can't come this far and leave it halfway. So Arif Khan. I believe that fielder is Fiaz Bashk at mid-off. That took that spectacular catch. The new batter, Dennis Crossman, Essequibo's opening bowler. He's looking to play his shots as well. Big drive there. 29 overs done. C not gets a wicket maiden. So back-to-back maidens for him. Maybe he has turned things, swung the pendulum back in Berbice's favor. "21 from 21.
Yeah, I don't think at this stage, the way that the tail enders, the lower order is batting, I don't think they'll survive 21 overs. It's an uphill task from here on. So Berbice just requiring 2 wickets to wrap up victory here in the opening round of the Ghana Cricket Board Under-15 in the county tournament. Next match of the round, Demerara against defending champions Select 11. That game is being played at the Queen's College School Ground. Good to see cricket returning to the school ground. Fias backs now into the attack. Big appeal. Umpire Randy, the teacher Latif, shows that it's missing leg.
Yeah, maybe just sliding down the leg side. Okay, Holmes didn't look in any position to play that one though. Oh, big turn. That one gripped. Definitely turned off the surface. That one was the other one. Picked it from all the way in the stands here, John. So one pitching and turning into the batter.
Yeah, the batter also picked it. Tighten defense.
Get bats on ball here. Turn it away. That's going to be one though. Target 20. Runs away. So they're chipping away. All these singles will add up, will help them.
Crossman was impressive with the ball. Let's see how he's going to do with bat in hand. Nice shot, swiveling nicely. They're going for the second, it could be suicidal. How's that? Not even in the frame. It was not on. But Crossman looked up, saw his partner come in, and he had to go. And in the end, he's gone, run out. Bad call from Makayo.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely not on there. It was an easy single. Field had to run around from third man to that fine leg region, but he did that swiftly, got it returned in very quickly and know it in the pitch, as you said. So 9 down now, still 20 runs away. Essequibo on 15. Can they get there? Now we see Adrian Hetmeyer, Berbice boys. They know they're on the verge of victory. Coming in very close, very tight. Put some pressure on this new batter. This is Shazim Mohammed coming at number 11. His team desperately needs him to stay there with Micaiah Holmes. They need 19 more. This has definitely been a thrilling match so far. For the most part, we've said Essequibo was in the driving seat, leading the way most of this match, but Berbice came back towards the end of their innings. And now, after that brilliant partnership early on for the Essequibo boys, they've taken some quick wickets, and now they're on the verge of victory. 19 to get from 120. In the gap, and that should have run away for 4. Big shot there from Micaiah Holmes. He's saying this game is not over. At least not if I have something to say about it.
Ball on the line of the leg stump, and there he was, playing across the line, but managed to get it in the gap. 4 runs. And since he is responsible, in part, you would say, for the dismissal of the last batsman, you'll have to make runs for himself and Crossman now. And if he can do so successfully, 15 runs can be eaten up easily.
Well, 15 runs. Not a huge task, but last pair standing. Good shot off the back foot. But a huge call of no. That echoed around Malteenoes. Big full toss. Big juicy full toss, and he missed out. He'll be disappointed there. That one should have been sailing in the Atlantic.
Maybe you want to hit it down back to the mighty Essequibo River, down the Winey and into Maruka. Ramirez has an opportunity to wrap things up as well for his team. We've seen a very good game of cricket here today. So whichever way it goes from here on, it has marketed the game beautifully. Demerara against Essequibo at DCC. Berbice against Select 11 at Malteenoes right here. Those games coming up on Tuesday. 9:30 start. As the end of 31 overs, 123 for a loss of 9 wickets. Still 15 runs away from victory.
Big discussion there between Micaiah Holmes, Shazim Mohammed. We'll be discussing how they're going to go about getting these 15 more runs. Still a lot of cricket left to be played, at least in the eyes of Essequibo. Berbice will be hoping for just one mistake, one ball, and it'll be all over.
And all of a sudden, this game is alive and well. Seemed to be one-way traffic with 4 wickets down just not so long ago. Good comeback by Berbice, though. Excellent comeback, as a matter of fact.
Absolutely. That old saying of one wicket brings two. And in this case, one brought a whole lot towards the end. Wide down the leg side. And what I've noticed as well is even with the loss of wickets, the wides and extras have dried up. So since wickets have been falling, the bowlers have gained some more confidence, got it in the right areas, and stopped bowling those wides.
A single there takes the score to 125 now for the loss of 9. Inching now to victory. 13 required. And it's interesting to see whether Essequibo can pull this off. Their vociferous supporters still believe they can do it. Loud appeal. Not out, says the umpire. Nervous moments there for young Micaiah.
And Avinash, this just reminds me of not so long ago, early this morning. A team needed just about the same amount of runs, 1 wicket intact.
So they finally get a single, but player number 97 is down. We're not too sure what exactly happened with him, whether he was hit and where he was hit. But the ball went straight to him on the bounce. And the physio is making her way onto the field. But a single to Essequibo takes the score to 126 now for the loss of 9. And 12 now required for victory. A player number 97 from Berbice receiving attention from the physio.
Get shot, get shot. Get shot, get shot.
Player number 97 there for Berbice down. That's Matthew Pereira, the opening batsman. He was struck by a delivery that went straight to him off a sweep shot by Micaiah Holmes. A misfield, and they took a single. Take the score to 126 for 9. 12 required for victory, 1 wicket in hand. And the physio is attending to Matthew Pereira. They're going to hold up in play to see exactly what's wrong with him. What this would do here, Ronaldo, is take the momentum away from Berbice, this hold up in play. And it's a time for the two batsmen to regroup and maybe settle their nerves as they look to pull off what would be a good victory if they're going to get there.
Yeah, they have to come together and come up with a game plan. How are we going to get these 12 runs? Are we going to hit boundaries? Are we going to look for the singles? Right? They have to communicate, speak with one another. They have to be on the same page.
Well, everything seems to be fine there now. The physio is off with Pereira. It was a hard hit from that delivery. It was good, powerfully struck shot from Micaiah Holmes that went straight to Matthew Pereira. The play is about to resume with 12 needed from 109 deliveries, but 1 wicket in hand. Game over. Berbice have come from behind to defeat Essequibo by 12 runs in this first round encounter. The Guyana Cricket Board male under-15 inter-county competition a come from behind victory because at one point Essequibo were in large and in charge with just 4 wickets down and not much required for victory, but wonderful effort from Berbice to pull things back and claim full points.
Yeah, and a good knock from Dowling in vain for Essequibo. Tried to keep the innings together, but unfortunately couldn't take his team over. So Berbice on the 15, they made 137, all out in 35 overs. Arif Khan top scorer 37.
Arif Khan, of course, he made 37 off 23, 5 fours and a 6. And he also picked up 3 wickets, 3 for 26 off 6 overs. And he's our player of the match for this one. Wonderful performance from young Arif Khan, John.
And took the catch to end the game as well. And was very electric in the field. So definitely the impact player. And according to Quick Heroes, he is the player of the match. Berbice is definitely going on to win this one. Will do their confidence a world of good going into the rest of the tournament. When Berbice play good cricket, when their cricket is strong, Guyana's cricket is strong, and by extension West Indies cricket. So a good victory for the Berbice on the 15 side, and kudos must be given to Essequibo. They played very well. Look at that, 45 from Dowling, 23 from Lal, but no support from any other person. And in the end, 36 extras, really helping them along as well. 125, 12 runs short of victory.
Yeah, and that scorecard really tells the story there. Just 2 players into double figures. Arif Khan, of course, outstanding with the ball. 3 for 26 off 6 overs. Picked up the first 3 wickets and really set the tone. And then Komal Chan Ramnaris, 3 for 18 off his 6. 1 apiece for Chamish Sinot and Fayaz Baksh. Hard-fought victory in the end. They had to toil, they had to do their stuff very early with losing Hetmaya early. Then put on 137 on the board. Good batting from Arif Khan there with 37. Ramnaris 20 and Lake Ram Singh 14. Aaron Benjamin 3 for 22. Jataniel Nurse 3 for 9. And Dennis Crossman 2 for 15. In the end, hard-fought victory and one the Berbician I'm sure would be proud of.
SQ at one stage in the run chase, 105 for 4 wickets. I mean, they've lost the last 6 wickets for just 20 runs, and that collapse and that come from behind is what made a big difference in this game. And that really is a good way to start this year's tournament. Matches still to come. Next game right here at Malteenoes. Berbice against the Select 11. And then over at the Demerara Cricket Club, Essequibo take on Demerara. Matches will begin at 9:30. Coverage of that match at DCC begins at 9:20. We hope that you can join us then. We trust that you have enjoyed the coverage today at the Malteenoes Sports Club ground. We certainly have enjoyed bringing it to you. My name is John Ramsing on behalf of Avinash Ramzan, Inajit Prasad, Ronaldo Magarel, and everyone behind the scenes. Thank you very much for your time. Until next time, please take care of yourself and each other. Bye-bye.